All right, good morning. Today is Thursday, April 21st, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. Please rise and join me in the pledges of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak, we ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak as clearly as possible, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. I will first go to Carson City. Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. There appears to be no one present to make public comment in Carson City. Good morning, here in Las Vegas. Please state your full name for the record.
Hi, my name is Diamante Asbury, Diamante Asberry.
3 minutes. Okay, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good morning to the commission. I'm here today on behalf of the Culinary and Bartenders Union. We are the largest organization of workers, women, and immigrants in Nevada. My comments today are about women, diversity, and station casinos, also known as Red Rock Resorts. In Nevada, we have 9 Wall Street traded casino gaming companies, and together, all of those Nevada gaming companies have a total of 76 people serving as board members, with women comprising 26%. Every company has a woman on the board except Red Rock Resorts. Red Rock has 0 women on its board, and its board has been the same 5 white men since 2015. Red Rock is the outlier in Nevada on board diversity. Diverse boards are better positioned for improved corporate governance, according to both NASDAQ and Goldman Sachs. During the tenure of its all-white, all-male board, Red Rock Resorts casinos have also committed shameful violations of federal labor law. Red Rock claims that Nevada gaming regulations make it difficult to identify well-qualified candidates that would change its board's composition. When Red Rock explains its board composition to shareholders, the company wrongly claims that the gaming licensing process is an obstacle to board diversity. In 2020 and 2021, the company said, and I quote, "The gaming licensing process is onerous, invasive, time-consuming, and expensive, and because of this, it's difficult to identify well-qualified candidates willing to submit themselves, as well as their families, to the rigorous and intrusive process necessary to obtain a gaming license," end quote. Red Rock attributes its board composition to the idea that the gaming license process is too difficult and therefore the pool of potential female directors is too small. But this claim is contradicted by the fact that half of the women currently serving as board members of the 9 publicly traded Nevada casino gaming companies have become directors within the past 5 years, so since 2018. If licensing is such a concern for Red Rock, we ask you all to ensure that the company understands Nevada Gaming Regulation 16.415. They can elevate directors to the board without putting them through this rigorous licensing process, as they call it, when the role they will serve as directors doesn't meet the specific requirement for licensing under the regulation. Every other Wall Street traded Nevada gaming company has women on their board except for Red Rock. And we ask you today to ensure that Red Rock Resorts understands that the gaming licensing process is not an obstacle to board diversity. Thank you. Our concerns are detailed in a letter that I'd like to submit now.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, could you
Hola.
state your name for the record, please?
Mi nombre es Rosa Aro. Trabajé para Stakeout Casino 21 años en el restaurante de los empleados en el TDR. Trabajé muy duro para Stakeout Casino. Quiero volver a trabajar, merezco respeto y yo tengo derecho a recuperar mi trabajo y que la compañía pues respete las leyes de Nevada. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Rosa Haro. I work at Station Casinos for 21 years in the employee restaurant, the TDR. I worked very hard for Station Casinos. I want to return to work. I deserve respect and I have recall rights. Station Casinos needs to follow Nevada law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kenny Akoa, and I was course assistant at Green Valley Ranch Station Casino for 15 years. And I put uh, in a lot of hard work for Station Casino. Um, I am one of the 76 workers who are filing the mass action lawsuit against Station Casinos. I deserve what I work hard for. And so I'm fired for get my job back. The lawsuit claim station violate Nevada right to return to the world law. Please look into it. Station Casino hold a Nevada gaming license. Please make sure that I follow the law, all law, including the right to return law. Thank you.
Would you do me a favor?
Yes.
Would you write your name down on this piece of paper for our court reporter who's going to
Sure.
need to know how to spell your full name?
Oh, you want I spell it for you?
You can spell it for me, or you could write it down on this piece of
Actually,
paper.
if they could provide us the comments that they're reading, we
Do you,
can
do
provide
you
them
have
to
your
the
name
public.
in your comments?
Yes, it's Kenya Kovas.
But I mean, in your comments that you have written there, do you have your name in there?
Yes.
Can I have that?
Sure.
Do you mind?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Only the Kenya, you said it. Little I know why.
Little I know why. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment today here in Las Vegas? All right, there being no additional public comment, thank you. That will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for March 2022.
All right, each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I think this is proper for a motion.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. I would move for approval of the prior month disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye. Aye. And it appears there are none opposed. Madam Secretary, please read in the non-restricted consent item.
Your item on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning is item number 13. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal and a disclosure on this item.
Thank you so much. Chair, I do have to recuse from this item as my partner, Glenn Light from the law firm of Lewis Roca is representing the applicant, and therefore I may not participate in this vote. Thank you.
All right, I have a disclosure to make. While I do not think this is a conflict pursuant to NRS 281A.420, I do, to avoid the appearance of impropriety, and because the general public and or parties appearing before the commission may not be familiar with the nature of my work. Lewis Roca is a very large law firm. They may occasionally have other attorneys in the firm appearing in alternative dispute resolution matters before me. However, I am retained by the clients. I am paid by the clients, and there's nothing about those relationships that pose a conflict, but I make the disclosure in abundance of caution. All right, so at this time, the record will reflect Commissioner Brown is not participating in the discussion or the vote of this matter. So is there a motion?
Yes, Chair Tagliati, I would move for approval of the non-restricted item number 13 as read into the record and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on this motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed, and the record should reflect Commissioner Brown did not vote on this matter. All right, Madam Secretary, please read in the restricted consent items.
Your restricted items on consent this morning are items 4 through 15. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions or limitations as noted on the agenda.
All right,
I'd go ahead and move to approve items 4 through 15 on the restricted agenda as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
all right. Are there any questions or comments? There being none, any discussion on the motion? Anything at all? All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none, um, we move to the consent agenda regarding inter-casino linked systems.
You have one item on the consent agenda regarding inter-casino link systems. That item is Scientific Games Manager Atlas 5.0.1 inter-casino link system submitted by Scientific Games. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for final approval.
Okay, are there any questions regarding this matter by any of my colleagues? If not, I believe it's proper for a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I would move for approval of the Scientific Games Game Manager Atlas 5.0.1 Inter-Casino Link System as recommended by the Game Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items held out for discussion. Please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Justin Lee Beltram, Stephen Mark Siriani, and Keith Ragland Frayne for licensure as a key executive or key employee of Wendover Nugget Operator LLC, Red Garter Operator LLC, Red Lion Operator LLC, and or Gold Country Operator LLC as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a recusal and a disclosure on this item.
Thank you. I do have a recusal. The law firm where I'm employed is representing the applicant, and Mr. Light, my partner, and the associate Selma Granich represent the applicant, and therefore I cannot participate and recuse. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to incorporate herein by reference my previous disclosure about the Lewis Roca Law Firm and the nature of my employment, that I do not think that NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose it as a conflict of interest. However, in an abundance of caution to avoid the appearance of impropriety, I incorporate that disclosure herein. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roca. I am appearing on behalf of the applicants, namely Justin Beltram, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the Wendover and Alco properties, Stephen Siriani, who is the General Manager of Northern Nevada, and Keith Frayne, who is the General Manager of the Wendover properties. We are also accompanied by Eric Person, who is the President of the Wendover and Alco properties, Kim McCabe, who is the Senior Vice President of Compliance, Surveillance, and Internal Audit, Jason Bacigalupi, who is the Senior Vice President of Legal, and my trusted colleague at Lewis Roca, Selma Granich. So we're here today to consider the suitability of Mr. Beltram, Mr. Siriani, and Mr. Frayne. However, we recognize that compliance at the Wendover properties was discussed in great detail at the board hearing, and we are currently working with the Gaming Control Board on 2 license conditions, namely a compliance plan and a revolving fund, and we understand those conditions will be considered at next month's agenda. With your permission, we would like to begin our presentation addressing compliance and providing some significant updates that have occurred since the board hearing a couple of weeks ago. In particular, Mr. Beltram will provide a timeline of events regarding the acquisition and the operation of the properties, which we believe will provide important context to the compliance matters. And then Ms. McCabe will provide an update of the important developments that have occurred in the last 2 weeks regarding compliance. And then following that, Mr. Beltram, Mr. Siriani, and Mr. Frayne will be happy to discuss their background and their roles and responsibilities at the properties.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Justin Beltram, COO. We thought it would be important just kind of walk through the timeline to show the correlation of our company along with the compliance that the progress that we've made in Wendover. So in December of 2017, we acquired the properties under the Intrepid Gaming operator license. In October of 18 is when Maverick Gaming's license took effect. So we didn't receive a review in that interim, and those were the only properties we had at the time. We were only in Wendover, and we were limited in our resources. That's really just our whole entire company was just those Wendover properties in October of 18. In the summer of 19 is when we've received our first interim review, but that's also the time that our company started to grow. That's when we got the Elko properties and we started to acquire properties in the Washington state. And I think that's important because that's when our resources started to grow. So we were able to go out and hire outside corporate employees such as Kim McCabe. We were able to dedicate more money, frankly, to our infrastructure since we weren't just the one properties, and we weren't trying to just work on the neglected parts of Wendover that we took over. We were able to grow and dedicate more resources to it. So I think that inflection point of summer of 19 was really important because it was our first review and it's when our company started to grow. So fast forward a little bit, obviously COVID hit in 2020, in March of 2020. We continued to work on the neglected parts of Wendover through COVID shutdown and obviously before that. And we received our second review in October of 19, shortly after reopening. So going through all the COVID work, along with the continued work with hiring external employees for corporate, we reduced, just from that interim review to that review, we reduced 64% of our violations. And again, that's through COVID. But again, our company growing is what allowed us to enable those resources, even through the shutdown, to get those reductions in compliance. From there, we had another review 8 months later, and we reduced another 29% from the 56%. So for a total from the interim review to the last one, we reduced 74%. And again, that's a direct correlation of our company growing and us dedicating resources to it. And we recognize that it's not perfect yet, but I think as time permits and we have more resources to dedicate, we will get to where it needs to be. And that timeline and that reduction, I think, is a direct reflection of our efforts and where we're going with our compliance standards. I'll turn it over to Kim. She'll kind of go through what we've worked on directly with compliance, but I'm happy to answer any questions at the end.
Mr. Beltran, can I interrupt for just a second? When you're discussing the number of violations that you reduced, are you speaking only about Wendover or across your properties?
That's for both properties in Wendover. So the Wendover Nugget and the Red Garter.
Okay.
I do think it's important to note that across our company, we do not have problems. It's these two primary properties that we have these significant changes. All of our other properties in Colorado or Washington, we haven't had any compliance related issues. So of 26 properties, these are the two problem children that we continue to work on.
They're your first ones.
Yes, and they were our first ones.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kim McCabe, Senior Vice President of Compliance. And I did join the company after that for, interim that Justin had mentioned. And since then, we've done a lot of work, but most recently, since the board meeting, that's what I wanted to update you on, is we developed a compliance plan and a handbook that has been submitted to the Gaming Control Board for review. And we have identified people that are going to sit on the compliance committee, including Shirley Springer, who used to be the ex-chief of audit, who brings over 30 years of experience in this area. And we're also going to establish the revolving fund after it's approved by the board and the chair or the commission. And then we've also had some staffing changes. So we're going to have an executive director of compliance based in Northern Nevada. We have two controllers. One has been promoted internally, and then another one starts on April 22nd. The finance department is solely focused on compliance now, no payroll or accounts payable or anything like that. So it's going to be solely compliance related. We are also going to hire 2 internal audit staff. We're in the recruiting process right now, which is challenging, but we're working hard with headhunters trying to identify some staffing. There were some concerns over revenue reporting, so we wanted to make sure that those concerns were addressed. So we hired BDO, a CPA firm, to come in and review our revenue reporting and validate that our revenue was reported correctly. And that's from the end of the last audit period, which was April 2021 through current. And we'll also go back and overall make sure that the revenue was reported back to 18 correctly. So if anything has to be amended, we'll do that as well. And we're happy to supply the report when we get that from BDO, but they're in the process right now. We are conducting weekly meetings with everyone from operations to make sure that we go through all the findings and make sure that we don't have any recurring issues going on. So we're monitoring that on a weekly basis, and there are quite a few of us on that phone call. So it's definitely, compliance is definitely at the forefront of everyone's mind. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. That's the update since the board meeting.
I had a quick question with respect to internal audit. You said you're going to hire 2 internal audit staff?
We have a director right now, and we have a supervisor. And actually, we're going to promote the director to compliance because he's very familiar with the mixed requirements and everything like that. So the current supervisor will be promoted to a manager, and then we'll hire 2 auditors.
Okay, I had understood from the materials that you already had 2 auditors.
Yeah, we
that's why I
do,
was a
but
little bit
I'm
confused.
promoting one, and then the rest are going to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about your structure on who reports to who? Because there seem to be some independence issues. I know in the past where your finance was doing the auditing, which is, obviously I've made it clear in
Right.
other proceedings. That's a problem for me. I
Uh-huh.
think compliance really suffers. when
Right.
You don't have that independence.
So internal audits reports to me.
Okay.
There's no direct report on property level. They
How
may have
do-
a cross, I mean, they might have a dotted line just based on day-to-day stuff, but
Can you maybe elaborate on that with respect to how your compliance generally is structured? I understand you're at the top.
Uh-huh.
From there,
Right.
who do you have?
okay, so we have a director of compliance currently,
Okay.
and we have an open supervisor position. And then I'm promoting this one gentleman to executive director of compliance.
So is he going to report to the supervisor or the?
No, the executive director will report to me, the director will report to him.
Okay. And is that the entirety of your compliance staff across the 26 properties?
No, that's just Nevada. So we have staff in every region.
Is it similar?
Fairly similar. Washington's a little different because there's 19 properties. So there's more frontline staff, lower level staff.
Do you have anybody on property that is responsible for day-to-day compliance?
Yeah, that would be the director currently.
What property is
He's
that?
based out of Elko, but he travels once a week. Both the internal audit department and the compliance departments rotate between the 2 properties every week. Or two jurisdictions, or Wendover and Elko.
The 2 internal audit auditors or staff
Uh-huh.
people that you're going to hire, where are they going to be based?
They're primarily, well, I mean, it just depends on where we can get them. It's hard to recruit people to move to Wendover because of the housing issues and things like that. So most likely they'll be based out of Elko and travel.
I'm very familiar with dealing with staff in rural areas, so I know
Yeah.
it can be a challenge, but obviously you made a commitment when you
Yes.
purchased these properties to address the compliance issues.
Right.
You knew of them from the get-go, when you acquired the properties. Unfortunately, it's just something that you're gonna have to work through. Okay, so on property in Wendover, do you have any compliance people?
There was until recently, there was a supervisor, and that's the position we're recruiting for.
Okay.
That's
you-
another position we're recruiting for.
So you're recruiting for a compliance supervisor and 2 internal audit staff.
Yes.
Is your pay range comparable to the market in that area?
Yes. It may not have been a couple years ago, but it definitely is now.
Yeah, because obviously, if you're underpaying and you're going to have a difficulty
Right.
keeping them. I'm not super familiar with the Wendover market. What's your competition like? How many other properties are there?
Well, there's probably, you can probably speak to that better than I can.
Yeah, there's 5 total. We're 2 of the 5. And then the Pepper Mill owns the other 3. So there's 2 companies with 5 properties.
Okay.
And like she said, before, when we took over, they were significantly underpaid. And now we're either at market or more in every position.
Alrighty, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen has a question.
Yeah. I think we need the.
We need her back.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
not done.
Hey, you're not done yet.
That's just one.
Okay, sorry about that.
As a regulator, we're concerned about what is going on. We also hear loud and clear the enormous steps you've taken to bring yourself into compliance. I just want to focus on a very narrow issue of the past, because I realize we need to move forward and resolve these things. But I was concerned about, there was one area in the write-up that talked about that there were recurring violations in 1 or 2 areas. That's a major red flag we understand violations happen. The keys, signatures, this, that, and the other thing. But recurring violations are troublesome. And without going into the nature of the recurring violations, has that been resolved?
Yes, and that's what we're hiring BDO to verify as well, is to make sure that those have been addressed from someone independent from my team. So that you would have that reassurance that we had somebody independent come in and verify that for you.
Okay, and then my last question, again, on the violations is with BDO, and I realize, just as you said, I think there was a 74% reduction in violations, which still means we've got 26%, out there. But you're definitely making great headway, and I think, we appreciate that. Is BDO just going forward?
No, they're going to go back to 18. So they're going to focus on current so you don't have a problem the next audit. That's the primary first and foremost. And then they'll go back and make sure that everything else was reported correctly.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Keycapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to circle back to something you said initially, Mr. Beltram. That was that when the company really started acquiring properties, the two Wendover properties, you then grew and had the resources to commit to solving these problems. Were you undercapitalized when you initially acquired these two assets?
Well, it was really just Eric and I wouldn't say undercapitalized. For the health of the business, we were okay and we grew the business, but we didn't have any additional cash. We put everything we had into buying these two properties personally. I think at the close, we had to put our credit card down to get the final fees. So as far as obtaining the properties, no, but we were all in at that point. We weren't a big company. It was just us two investing, and we've never taken distributions. We've never taken anything out of the company. Everything's always gone back into the company. Even to this day, we've still never taken any kind of distribution. So we weren't underfunded for the company, but additional resources were tight back then. Yes.
Okay. I certainly support entrepreneurship and taking a dive. And it's, but I'm worried that maybe we didn't look at whether you were going to have the resources to address some of the problems that you knew maybe existed at the properties at the time. That was a number of years ago, but something I'll probably look back.
Yeah, and I think it's a function of time too. If we had more money, it just would have sped it up, right? We would have worked through it, and if we didn't get more resources, it would have delayed it, but we still would have made the progress, I think, over time.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Is this the time for general questions? I didn't know if we interrupted your presentation. So I actually only asked the question specifically to the structure and compliance, but do you still have more of an affirmative presentation? I didn't want to interrupt your
From
flow.
the compliance update, no.
Okay. Then I have additional questions. I apologize. Ms. McCabe, I believe during the board meeting, you indicated that there was 2 months of revenue that you couldn't tie out yet. Is that part of what BDO is
I don't
doing?
know that those will actually get tied out, quite frankly, but we're reporting off a meter, so the revenue reporting should be okay. I mean, there shouldn't be material differences. But unfortunately, on May, we had the whole count team quit. And so the records weren't as good as they need to be. And in August, our count machine went down. We had to buy a new count machine. So that was another issue. So unfortunately, the reports that you would typically rely on to tie the drop back to the meters, I just don't have a lot of faith and confidence that we'll be able to reconcile those 2 months.
Okay.
But we did report on meter.
So you reported what would have been the higher amount?
Yes, the higher amount.
On that. Okay. And likewise, I mean, I know a comment was made about the recurrent violations, and as a former auditor, that gives me great concern. Obviously you're going to have, we run a service industry, and there's individuals that make these, daily determinations, and human error is always going to be a part of it. But you would expect that you've learned from those mistakes. So when I see that many recurring violations, it gives me concern that one, the culture hasn't been properly established from the top. It seems like you're very focused on it. So, I'm assuming that's not the case. But you grew really, really fast as well. So I don't know if in that growth, you may have not put as much attention into these properties as needed to. But that is something that, I would hope to see before you would come before us for anything else for future growth. I mean, you need to take care of what you have right now. In terms of the staff, again, I am concerned that you don't have anybody in Elko. I know it's hard, but one of the possible solutions to, having somebody just stay on top of it is just to have somebody there. Even if you're coming from Elko, Ms. McCabe, you're not based out of either Elko
No, I'm
or
not, no,
Wendover, correct?
no, not.
As far as your staff, the executive director, the compliance director, supervisor, are any of them based out? I know you said one of them used to be in Wendover, one's in Elko.
Well, no, they're both out of Wendover, but we did have a supervisor that was based, did I say that wrong? I'm sorry. They were both based out of Elko. And we did have a supervisor in Wendover. So, but that position is vacant right now, and we're still trying to recruit for somebody to be on the property.
And, obviously I have a great respect for the experience that you're bringing in with Ms. Springer. She has, she definitely knows what needs to get done. I'm concerned about you putting the resources in where it needs to actually get done in the day-to-day basis. And I don't know if you've considered maybe having some kind of property level position where, it's a compliance person that's looking at this daily so that you can get this cleaned up. I mean, those are a lot of mistakes, and the fact that they affect revenue concerns me.
Yeah, majority of our violations, I mean, the ones, I'm an ex-game control board auditor, so
Right.
I mean, I know the importance of all of this. And ones that really concerned me when I joined was the revenue reporting. That director of finance position is turned over twice now, and we do have somebody that's very experienced, that's been in the industry for over 20 some years. And I worked with her over the Easter weekend and sat down with her and went through all the violations to make sure she knew what we needed to focus on. And like I said, we are meeting weekly, and that includes her and her controllers that she's hired. So we are beefing up more in that area with more experience. So I'm comfortable that we're going to monitor it and make sure that things are going in the right direction with her. But I'm hopeful that we don't have those issues again.
No, I realize you have a really big job and you have made strides, but in 3.5 years, I would have expected more progress. The other area that I had a question on, and I don't know if you're the appropriate person for that, but what's going on with the bankroll? It seems like you've been on bankroll monitoring the whole time. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, some of that happened before I joined. I actually joined in March of 2020.
Correct.
So a lot of that, some of that happened before I joined the company, but yes, we're reporting bankrolls weekly for the Red Garter and monthly for the other properties. And yes, the directors of finance that we've had in that position before unfortunately made mistakes and didn't use either the right spreadsheet or the right calculations, but it's being monitored now on multiple levels from our corporate treasurer, who's getting licensed in May, or I don't remember. No, it's not to be determined. So he's monitoring it as well. So we have multiple eyes on that to make sure that it's being calculated correctly going forward.
Okay. Is it, and we didn't have a lot of detail in here other than you were on bankroll monitoring. Tell me a little bit more. Is it a problem that you don't have the appropriate amount of bankroll, or that you're not reporting it properly?
It was that we were not reporting it properly. The funds were there. It's just the way they were calculating it. And what we did is an extra precaution. We actually tagged, I think it was 250,000, right?
Yeah.
Additional above the bankroll requirement, and said no one can touch that, so that we always have that cushion in case it does go.
So there's never been a risk that your bankroll has fallen below the minimum requirements such that,
Well,
you're at danger of not being able to pay
Right, never.
out on anything. Okay. All right. That was another, a significant issue that I wanted to just get clarification on. I don't think I had anything else at this time. Thank you.
Great. So with that, we're happy to bring the three individuals up to discuss, their roles and responsibilities and backgrounds for the application at hand, if that's okay. So
I'd like to add, part of us putting them up for licensing is adding more boots on the ground. So Mr. Frayne is over Wendover, and he just moved to northern Utah. So he's basically on premise and close to it. Whereas when I was general manager there, I was still traveling, and when Mr. Sirianni was general manager there, he was traveling too. Now we have a GM that's there in northern Utah. He resides in northern Utah, which is the closest housing available. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that helps, again, I mean, in my mind, just having an actual internal control specialist on the property would really help you. Right. But, that's an operational decision for you, but the lack of independence and people on the ground seem to be to me the reasons for some of these problems. So I appreciate it.
Anybody else before we move to the applicants?
Okay, so starting with Justin, if you have any background questions for him, or if you'd like him to provide a brief overview of his background.
How about a background?
Sure.
Maybe we should have started with that.
Right. The last couple were like that. So I'm a native Las Vegan, born and raised in Las Vegas, graduated from UNLV, went straight into the gaming industry from UNLV. I worked 11 years with MGM Mirage in various roles, from slot analyst all the way up to vice president of slots and marketing at Bellagio. From there, I joined Las Vegas Sands with Mr. Person. I went to Singapore for 3 years and worked at Marina Bay Sands. Then I came back and worked at corporate Las Vegas Sands. In November of 17, I resigned from Las Vegas Sands, and that's when we started Maverick Gaming and acquired the Wendover property. So 11 years with MGM, 7 years with Las Vegas Sands, and Maverick Gaming ever since.
Good morning. My name is Steve Siriani. I'm General Manager of Northern Nevada. Thank you for having us here today. My background, I'm also a native Las Vegan, born and raised. I went to UNLV and studied business with a focus on marketing. My first job in hospitality was front desk at Monte Carlo. And then I got into gaming shortly thereafter as a slot analyst with MGM Resorts. I was with MGM for 15 years, worked at 5 different properties. The last one where I was vice president of slot operations and marketing at MGM Grand. I had some unique experiences with MGM. I was highly involved with trials for server-based gaming, trials for skill-based gaming, and part of the opening team for ARIA. I've been with Maverick for 3.5 years. My first 2 years I spent in Wendover. I lived in the hotel pretty much the whole time, so I was at work quite a bit. And then the last 1.5 years, I've been spending most of my time in Elko, where I oversee the Elko properties as well. Typically, I'll spend the weekdays in Elko and the weekends in Wendover. And I still have my home here in Vegas, which I travel back to about 6-7 days a month.
Morning. My name is Keith Frayne, for the record. I am not a native Las Vegan. I was born and raised in Chicago, but I did come out to UNLV and graduate in hotel administration. My first casino job was in 2005 at the Mirage as a slot supervisor. In 1 year, I moved up to assistant shift manager. Early 2009, I was part of the opening team at ARIA as a slot shift manager there, excuse me. And December 2019, I moved to Washington to take over regional general manager for Maverick Gaming of 5 of our card rooms there. And November 2020, moved to Wendover to take over the current role right now as general manager. And like Justin said earlier, my wife and I moved up to South Jordan, Utah this past January. So I have a permanent residence inside the Wendover Nugget Hotel and travel back and forth from time to time to my home there.
Ray, can you tell us how much time you spend on property these days?
Yeah, it's mainly every 2 weeks. I stay on property, live on there 24 hours a day. Then like a Sunday or Monday, go home to the house to like Wednesday or Thursday and spend some time there. And then the wife sometimes comes out to Wendover for the weekend too. So we spend a lot of time there. So that was part of the situation with Justin, Eric, and Steve, is to have boots on the ground there and live on property and spend as much time there as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Opening it up to questions or comments.
I had just one question for Mr. Beltram. In your materials, it indicated you are married with 3 minor children. Is one of those your son, Brandon?
Yes,
Are you in denial that he's still a minor?
he's definitely not a minor.
I'm just, yeah. My son's 21 and they graduated together, so I just wondered if, you were in denial about that.
Yeah.
No problem. It could have been a timing issue when the application was submitted. I just thought I'd check.
He just turned 21 in January, so I think it was filed.
Okay, perfect. I don't have any questions. I mean, I think you'll have really good experience with large properties. The challenge for you will be adjusting to, managing small properties with fewer resources. It's much different, and it definitely can be a challenge, but, unfortunately, it's where you are. And I think you have the ability to get it cleaned up and turned around. So.
Commissioner Kiefer, anything?
I had no questions until Commissioner Solis Rainey brought to my attention this major oversight regarding your son. No, I think you guys are well on the road, to success. I know Mr. Sirianni, your dad, he's a longtime gaming industry, you're second generation. Well done. You're building a good team, and I'm especially happy with Ms. Springer being involved because she was great in her capacity here. So but I have no questions. Thank you.
So I don't think I can say anything that hasn't already been said. I share the concerns, but I also agree that you're, you stand before us definitely committed and working towards resolution of these issues, and everything that was listed here as these changes seem very encouraging. So with that, if there's no other discussion, does someone have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we approve non-restricted item number 1 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Congratulations, and the record should reflect Commissioner Brown did not participate in the discussion or vote on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of LM Rain LLC, Molly's Deer Springs LLC, Molly's Fort Apache LLC, Molly's Cheyenne LLC, Molly's Tenaya LLC, Silver East LLC, GOMIL Inc., and RMTWO Inc. for transfers of interest, and the applications of Jeffrey Michael Gonzalez for licensure as a member, manager, key employee, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Welcome. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Richard Gonzalez.
And I'm Jeffrey Gonzalez.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members, Madam Secretary. Today I'm here because I'm doing some estate planning. Basically, I'm getting my son more involved. I'd like to give you a little background on our experience and what we've been doing. I moved to Las Vegas in 1967, attended UNLV on a baseball scholarship, graduated in 1971, Bachelor of Science in Business Administration. Shortly after graduating, I joined the Clark County Sheriff's Department, along with my partner, who's still my partner, Randy Miller. 1973, we merged to Metro. I was there then. 1983, 84, Randy I and Richard Iannone, ex-chief auditor of the Gaming Control Board, all opened our first bar, Chubby's Pub, which I'm proud to say we still own to this day. Between 1984 and today, I've been licensed 15 times, non-restricted locations, 5 times, restricted locations, 5 times non-restricted. Between 1992 and 2020, I was licensed in the state of Louisiana at 8 different locations. And I'll tell you a little bit about my son if it's okay. Well, you want to talk? You tell him.
May as well hear from me. Jeffrey Michael Gonzalez, born and raised in Las Vegas, Nevada, lifetime Nevada resident, aside from times when I was attending school outside of the state. I attended CSN, just like my father. I played baseball for most of my life, transferred to University of Nevada, Reno, continued my education there, studies in gaming management systems under under Professor Doyle Andrews, transferred out to a school in Kansas to finish my baseball career, and then came back to Reno to finish my degree. Since finishing my degree, I have worked under my father, Mr. Randy Miller, and Randy Miller's son, Buddy Miller, since 2013. I am licensed with our Stonehouse Bar and Grill, RJ LLC, out in North Las Vegas. Been, to my understanding, a pretty upstanding citizen in the community, and just here for you all today.
Thank you. I appreciate those introductions. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues, starting on my right here, with any questions or comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the issue over some financial transfers from father to son, pretty well vetted out at the Gaming Control Board. Can you just give us, for our record, a quick summary of that scenario and what's happened?
Absolutely. What happened, I feel, as I explained to the Game Control Board, in my mind, gift tax and inheritance taxes were after you died. After tax money that I've given to my kids, my son and my daughter, I never even considered that it was gift. It was just something I've always done. It's brought to my attention during his investigation that you must do that. I've since amended the last 6 years' tax returns. That has been done, and they've already sent copies of that to Investigator Tan, who did my investigation. I know now that you can't do it. It's not a fine or anything, and the only person that has to declare that is the person giving. The person receiving, according to the Nevada code, or the IRS code, doesn't have to report anything. So in his mind, he's never thought he's done anything wrong. I've given him and my daughter money. It's just something I've done as a parent because I've been fortunate enough and able to do that.
Certainly, and your accountant never jumped in on that. Do you still have the same accountant preparing your taxes?
I have the same accountant and I've used her for over 20 years. And it's not an excuse. I've never told her I gave money to my kids and she's never asked me. And I just never thought it was no big thing. I put money in their accounts, just something I've been able to do. And when I brought it to her attention, she said, absolutely. Why haven't you told me? I said, I didn't know I had to. She did all the amendments for me for the last 6 years and submitted them for me.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just want to make sure we get some of that on the record. Sure.
I didn't have anything more.
Commissioner Brown?
Hi, how are you both today? Good to see you.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming. Just some quick points of clarification. I understand that LM Rain LLC applied for a non-restricted gaming license to maximize revenue, and I'm curious if revenue has in fact increased since that was approved in March of 2021.
I'm sorry, you're saying has it improved?
Yes.
The revenue, well, that's a tricky question because everybody in 2020 or 21 had the revenues all increased tremendously because of I don't have an exact reason why. I think people are getting a lot of free money instead of spending it and saving it and paying things they were gambling with. However, in 2022, our numbers have come down just a little bit back to average, but it has improved a lot since we got licensed.
Good, I'm happy to hear that. And are there any plans to seek a non-restricted gaming license for any of the other 7 Molly's locations?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Any plans to obtain non-restricted gaming licenses for any of the other 7 Molly's locations?
No, they're all restricted licenses and that's all they can ever be.
Okay.
The only one location we had was LM Rain, which we had a non-restricted license up to 35 machines.
All right.
We're presently operating 30 there, but I think we just submitted when we got licensed for it, they said we could submit for the other 5 to 35. I think we just recently did that.
Okay, good, thank you. And just to be clear, Randy Miller is paying Richard and Jeffrey $150,000 each for a total of $300 for the transfer of the respective 33 1/3 interests.
That would be for Stonehouse Bar and Grill, yes.
Okay. And then Richard and Jeffrey will no longer manage Stonehouse subject to the approval, which is the application that's still pending.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly. I have no reservations.
Thank you.
I have no reservation.
All right. Neither do I. So at this time, thank you for answering our questions. And if there is a motion.
Chair Tagliati, yes, I'd move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Novo Invest GmbH for a transfer of interest and the applications of Z Pristosting for registration as a holding company and for a finding of suitability as a member. Lastly, of the application of Patrick Vincent Groff for a finding of suitability as a controlling person and beneficiary as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I do believe we have one appearance via Zoom.
Okay, if the two of you who are physically present could state your appearances, and then I'll have our appearance from council on Zoom stated.
Correct. For the record, my name is Sabina Stoppel. I'm Head of Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic. Present today is Patrick Vincent Graf, second son of the ultimate beneficial owner, Johann Graf. Also present via Zoom is Michael Rohrecker, external counsel who represents Novomatic in the ongoing investigations, in case there are any questions.
Thank you. I guess perhaps you could give us just, we've all been able to either read the transcript of or listen to and watch the board meeting. And so we're aware of the questions and answers that were provided at that meeting. But if you would just kind of give us, for our record, a summary of, and whoever wants to do that,
Yeah.
is certainly welcome to do so.
Okay. Mr. Rohrecker, would you please give an overview on the current status of the investigations, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael Rohrecker. I'm lawyer admitted to the bar in Vienna, Austria, and I'm legal counsel to Novomatic. Currently, the investigation status is the same as the one when we had the video conference in July 2021. There are 3 proceedings where the Novomatic AG as an entity is involved as a suspected company. It's still phase number 1 of the Austrian criminal proceedings. So it's not a court proceeding. It's the preliminary investigation stage where the public prosecutor tries to collect the facts and make up his mind whether there is enough suspicion to initiate a court proceeding. So far, there has been no conviction, no indictment for Novomatic or any of its associated individuals. And the reason why it takes quite long, although the facts that the companies involved are only part of it, is that a lot of facts are investigated in this proceeding, and many of them Novomatic isn't even involved. It's kind of a collective investigation done because some of the individuals not related to Novomatic are involved in several facts, and that's the reason why it's such a big proceeding.
And I'll just ask, I'll start. It's my understanding from what was discussed at the board meeting that there are government officials that seem to be the target of this investigation, or at least a focus. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. There are several government officials or former government officials involved in this proceeding. It all started with a video trap where the Austrian Vice Chancellor in 2017 was trapped. And he made some, he said things about other officials that is investigated now. Many of them are completely unrelated to Novomatic, but it's correct. It's a proceeding where government officials, former and active, are involved.
Okay. On this particular issue, does anyone have any questions, starting with, I'm going to start on my left this time, Commissioner Brown.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Guten Morgen, wie geht's?
Danke gut und Ihnen?
Gut, danke. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you being here in person. I know it's a long trip, and it's just good to see you in person. It makes it much easier to understand and
Absolutely.
see everything. And Patrick Graf, I have a question for you. Did you have any level of involvement at all with the company at the time that the house search was conducted on August 12th?
Not at all.
Okay, not at all. Thank you. And if somebody can answer this question for me, it is Novomatic's opinion, yes or no, that no criminal behavior has occurred?
No criminal behavior has occurred. All the involved persons fully deny the allegations.
Okay. And upon which research and internal evaluations is Novomatic's opinion of no criminal behavior based. So I understand that there were internal evaluations and research done. Can you be a little bit specific?
Internal research was done, that is correct, but no findings. There are 2 internal reports which have been sent to the board. And in regards to the donations, a legal opinion by KPMG was also conducted, and they came to the conclusion that there was no wrongdoing. All the donations have been reported accordingly and correctly and in time. And also this summary of this report has been sent to the board. So there are no other internal reports and researches done.
Okay, and just to be clear, the internal reports to which you're referring are the September 2019 internal report, and then one right after that in December of 2019.
Correct, yes.
And can you explain why there has been no other internal reporting since?
Because there were, as you see, the investigation is still ongoing for almost 3 years. So there were no,
Nothing to report
yes.
at this time?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have any specific questions about this aspect. I have some other administrative questions and that's it.
Okay, why don't we just finish this?
Oh, okay. I
topic,
thought
do you
you,
think? You want to finish the topic? Okay, let me stick to the topic at hand. Commissioner Cohen.
At your last hearing, I was pretty vocal about, some things. In fact, I insisted on that, a condition being placed on it. So it's my understanding that that 30-day reporting will continue.
Yes.
Now, this question just for your counsel. Sir.
Yes,
would you
Commissioner
state
Cohen.
that thank you. Would you state the investigation is ongoing? What exactly does that mean vis-a-vis Novomatic? Are papers being shuffled? Are there interviews being conducted? Or is it, I need just trying to get a clarification on that.
Yes. There, as you know, in August 12th, 2019, there has been a house search, and a lot of electronic data and paperwork has been seized. And the prosecutor currently is evaluating all these paperwork. And there are various threads of investigations that are not related to Novomatic, but that are done in this proceeding that also has to be evaluated. So sometimes I would assume that for periods of weeks or even a couple of months, nothing pertaining to Novomatic is being investigated, but the prosecutor is busy with other things. So the main thing that they are doing now is inspecting, evaluating all the material like electronic data, emails, paperwork, documents. And then they started currently to interrogate suspects or witnesses. And I assume this will go on for quite some time still.
So basically, as of today, the investigations involving Novomatic are more collateral, collaterally going on as opposed to your direct target. Would that be inaccurate?
To some extent, yes. I mean, a company is always collateral because the company itself could not have acted criminal. It's like in Austria, we have some corporate criminal law, which means that if some executive individual of the company is a suspect, then the company itself becomes a suspect, but automatically by law. So for the company, it's, let's say, in any respect, collateral thing, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
I didn't have any questions.
Sorry, why don't we go ahead and start with those?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about my understanding of the private Stiftung. Privat
Stiftung. Privatstiftung, yes.
Stiftung, thank you.
Private foundation.
My high school German is failing me.
No.
So my understanding is that it's controlled by a 3-person board.
Correct. it's not controlled, excuse me, it's not controlled by them. It's more in administrative position because the private foundation is actually controlled by Patrick Graf as there is an advisory board, which is Patrick Graf. So the foundation board need to get the consent before they vote, for example, or do things. They have to get advice from Patrick Graf.
Okay, so he's not just a beneficiary of the assets,
not
he
just-
actually controls the assets.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
that was my question. I was confused. It's by reading our materials up front. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. With respect to the second foundation, I was a little confused what its role was. I understood it somehow was in place just in the event when Mr. Patrick Graf passes, that somehow will
Correct.
make decisions?
Yes. No, there are two founders.
Okay.
First founder is Patrick Graf.
Okay.
Second founder is a legal entity called BCCC Vermögensverwaltungs GmbH, a legal entity. But during the lifetime of Patrick Graf, he is the beneficiary and he can revoke or amend the private foundation. Once something happened to, or should there be happen something to Patrick Graf, then there is still the legal entity which can then amend or revoke the foundation.
Okay.
So this is the only purpose of this second founder, is to be there just in case there happens something to the first founder.
Understood. Okay. That was
Yeah.
essentially what I understood, but I wanted to make sure that I was clear on that.
It's not even obligated to have a second founder, but it's common in Austria to have a legal entity. Just when the natural persons die, that there is still a legal entity.
Right. Otherwise, then it
Otherwise,
becomes a
it would-
problem of
yeah,
who can act.
That's correct. Yes.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner
Just-
Brown?
Thank you. Follow up. I remember Thomas Goff came before us for the transfer of his
Correct.
interest.
Yes.
And I don't remember that he had a Privatstiftung for
No,
him.
he has not.
So can you tell me why Patrick Graf has the Privatstiftung and Thomas does not? Or I don't think that Mr. Presch or Ms. Wimmer had the.
No, that is correct. Yes. It's just, it's a good instrument in Austria, and a common instrument for estate planning.
And inheritance
And
planning.
inheritance
And also
planning.
for my 3 children.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I read in the materials that you do not have direct control, Mr. Graf, but you have ultimate control. Can you help me understand? So I believe that Dr. Lechner, Ms. Eigner, and Mr. Presch, they have administrative duties, like an hour
Correct.
a week
Yes.
or a month or something like that. But I don't really understand what they're doing and if they actually have any control, if really the control is ultimately with Mr. Patrick Graf.
Yeah. The foundation, a private foundation has to have certain boards, which is one of it is the foundation board and the foundation auditor. So this you have to have. And then in the case of BCC Privatstiftung, there is also an advisory board. And the advisory board gives advices to the foundation board. And the only advisory board member is Patrick Graf. When it comes to the direct control, he's beneficiary, meaning that the assets which are in this private foundation do not directly belong to Patrick Graf. They belong to the foundation. However, the income of these assets, like a dividend payment, for example, when the share transfer has occurred, the dividend payments would go to Patrick Graf.
So Patrick Graf has ultimate control.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Graf, if you could just answer just briefly some questions about the work you're doing as the manager of the business development for Novomatic Sales America. One of your duties is to monitor and analyze the gaming trends. And can you talk to us just briefly about what you've noticed is an interesting gaming trend you'd like to discuss?
Yes, I mean, lately I'm very interested in sports betting.
Microphone, please.
Oh, sorry.
The court reporter,
Sorry.
thank you.
Interesting gaming trends I'm looking into is esports as well, and how that, how the sports betting aspect can correlate somehow with esports. Very complicated, but I'm seeing, trying to recommend, trends as well and see where we're going. But that's very interesting to me to evaluate and focus on currently.
Thank you. No other questions
day.
for me. Commissioner.
All right, at this time, I don't have any additional questions or comments, so if there are no others, then I would believe this is ripe for a motion.
Chair, I'm prepared to move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Right, do I have any questions or comments on the motion?
I'm sure that includes the limitation condition that was.
2-year limited
No, there was,
license or something else?
I do not believe the Gaming Control Board imposed that condition. You can add it if you choose, but that was not included by the Gaming Control Board.
I think my motion stands unless anybody would like to discuss to revise or amend it.
Okay, so the motion is as approved by the board, and that stands. If there's no other motions to amend or discussion, which it appears there are not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you for your attendance and appearance today. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much.
Danke,
Very much.
gute Reise.
Dankeschön.
Wiedersehen.
Danke.
Overachiever.
I was born there. It's not my fault.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Jason Hubertus Woolwood for finding of suitability as a trustee and beneficiary of the BHW Gaming Trust. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Hello,
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam.
you can straighten that all the way.
Sec-
There you go.
There we go. That helps.
I don't know that it's particularly gonna make a difference, but let's give
I'm
it a
good at
shot.
hunching. Good afternoon, Jason Woywood with the Prospector Hotel and Gambling Hall, seeking suitability as co-trustee and beneficiary of the BHW Gaming Trust.
Good morning, and thank you for being here today. If you don't have any comments that you want to make preliminarily, then I would just open it up for comments or questions by any of the commission, starting on my left with Commissioner Brown.
Welcome. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent. Can you tell me if, just tell me just generally how the business is doing?
Business is phenomenal. You know, we had a strong uptick with March and April of 2021 with the previously discussed stimulus money, and now that's leveled off, but hotel occupancy is strong, gaming strong, food and beverage is strong, no complaints.
And when was the new Holiday Inn Hotel next door built?
We built that, opened the door August of 2020, and we recently just sold it as well.
Okay. And is that impacting the business as well?
Yes, it was an RV park prior, which isn't the highest and best use for that real estate. So we built a hotel with the idea of getting more foot traffic to the casino. And once we stabilized the hotel, we sold it.
Okay. And I see that you've earned 2 degrees from UNLV, bachelor's in criminal justice and master's in public administration. Did you have different plans for your career before you joined the family business?
I wanted to marry someone rich, but that didn't work out. So, don't worry.
Well, I assume you're taking road trips, road trips with your wife with her very cool career path.
Yeah, we travel as often as we can. Our son just turned 3 years old, so that put a hamper, slow down on our travel plans. But he's getting to the age now where he enjoys seeing new places, so we're slowly getting back at it.
Is your wife still a travel show host?
She is.
Okay, and do you get to travel with her because of that, or are you too busy?
I try not to. She has a couple. She's a previous news anchor here in Las Vegas, and now she's a travel host and also does documentaries for Netflix and Discovery ID.
Thank you. And then just briefly, I wanted to touch upon the 2019 13 compliance issues. Can you just talk about those briefly and tell me if those have all been resolved to the division's satisfaction?
Sure. We just completed another financial audit about 2 months ago, and we have no reoccurring violations. And any issues that come up, we address immediately.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I have nothing further.
Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Thanks. You still control the Hotel Nevada as well?
No, we sold that in 2014.
That was the one you sold. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions or comments, so I guess at this time, I would ask if there's a motion.
Sure. I'm happy to move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any questions or comments on the motion? Discussion? There being none, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of John Frederick Sue for licensure as an officer and key employee of El Dorado Inc., doing business as Joker's Wild. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have disclosures and recusals on this item.
Okay, I'm going to start this time because I'm going to recuse on this matter. I am a 25-year friend of the wife of the applicant and I believe a friend of the applicant. And both professional colleagues and the history there for many years together on the same bench. And therefore, I conclude that the independent judgment of a reasonable person would be materially affected by this relationship. It's a clear case of disqualifying conflict of interest because of our close and lengthy friendship. I recuse. So I'm going to pass the rest of this matter and this item to Vice Chair Solis-Rainey.
Thank you. I believe we had another disclosure.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I also am going to recuse myself on this item. I'm an employee of the law firm of McDonald Carano, the counsel for the applicant on this matter, and due to this pre-existing professional relationship, I will recuse. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also had a disclosure. Mine is not disqualifying, I don't believe. I worked for Boyd Gaming for many years. I left the company in 2001. I believe from the materials that we overlapped by a couple of years with Mr. Sue, I don't have any recollection of having ever interacted with him. And again, I don't see any problem on that regard. I also clerked for Justice Levitt, who is the father of the applicant's father. But again, that was in 2001. It's been a long time. I don't see that a reasonable person in my position would be affected by those prior relationships. So I do intend to participate in both. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you. I do have a disclosure to make. Circus and El Dorado Joint Venture is a client in intellectual property matters and is affiliated with Mandalay Resorts Group. The firm where I'm a partner is involved in those matters, but I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Okay. Good morning, Vice Chair Solis-Rainey, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing here on behalf of the applicant. With me at the podium to my right is the applicant, John Sue, Vice President of El Dorado Inc. and the General Manager of the Joker's Wild. And also with me to my left is Cassie Stratford, the Senior Vice President of Legal Affairs for Boyd Gaming Corporation. With your permission, first I'd like to ask Mr. Sue to provide you with a brief summary of his background, education, experience, and then we'll go from there.
That'd be great. Thank you.
John?
Good morning, Commission, Madam Secretary, and thank you for seeing me today. As Greg stated, my name is John Sue, and I'll tell you a little bit about myself. My family has been in Las Vegas since 1972. I've attended grade school, middle school, high school, and attended UNLV here. I'm married. I have 3 children. I started in the casino business in 1984 at the Sarah Hotel here in Las Vegas in food and beverage management. I was on the opening team of the Mirage at the opening in food and beverage management there as well. And I've been with Boyd Gaming since 1999. I was hired as a food and beverage director. I've held several management positions within the company and in multiple jurisdictions. And currently I'm the Vice President and General Manager of Boulder Strip Operations, which includes overseeing Joker's Wild, Sam's Town, Eastside Cannery, and our laundry facility. So thank you for your consideration today. And I'd also like to thank Agent Bridges for her professionalism during the process. So thank you.
And with your permission, Vice Chair Solsreen, I'd like to ask Cassie Stratford to next address the commission in connection with a area of concern identified by the board during investigation with respect to the tardiness of the company's filing of Mr. Sue's application. If that's all right.
Thank you and welcome, Ms. Stratford.
Good morning, and thank you for your time, Commissioners and Madam Secretary. Just wanted to take a moment to address the timeliness issue related to Mr. Sue's application. First of all, wanted to express our apologies. Boyd Gaming takes compliance and licensing matters very seriously, and so it's an unfortunate incident that we're here before you today explaining this scenario, and also wanted to express the regrets of our general counsel who couldn't be here today but had planned to be here. So we've actually addressed this issue to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. It's a very process-focused approach to remedying this moving forward. Requests to appoint an officer are made to the office of the general counsel, who will then have the obligation to direct his corporate paralegal to prepare a written consent. At the time the written consent is drafted, the corporate paralegal is instructed to provide it to the most senior member of the licensing team, which is currently a licensing manager. That person is tasked with reviewing, initialing, and dating receipt and review of the written consent. So we have documentation that this went to the licensing department. The licensing department would then reach out directly to the applicant to begin working on that process while the signatures are being obtained on the written consent to ensure that the application is timely filed. Additionally, officer appointments are now largely consolidated to occur in preparation for our annual meeting, except where unique circumstances arise, which would then be captured by the above process. And as an additional safeguard, we've instituted an audit process. So the licensing team twice a year will audit the list of officers and directors and cross-check that with all licensed individuals to ensure that there have been no misses, and certainly that if something does occur, it certainly wouldn't take this length of time to discover that deficiency and resolve it. In addition, as opposed to having this most senior member of the licensing team report directly to the general counsel, there's another layer of supervision. The licensing team now reports up through me, so that there's a couple of layers in between there as well to make sure that there's proper oversight and anything that comes up like this in the future that we would be adequately prepared to address.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any questions?
Just briefly, I note that there's a twice-a-year audit process that is in place. Is it currently in place, and when was it instituted?
So that is something new that came up as a result of this incident, and the first audit is actually not occurred yet. It's planned to occur later this year, and moving forward, we've got a process.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, and thank you for addressing. That was really my only area of concern. And just nice to see Mr. Sue being in the business for so many years and moving up. And I commend you on your hard work and being a good partner to the community.
Very much.
Sure.
Another applicant that we're glad to see before us, and I have no questions regarding your application.
Thank you. Mr. Sue, what property did you begin your career with Boyd Gaming at?
Paradise in Peoria, Illinois.
Thank you. That could be why I just have a blank as to ever interacting with you. With respect to the lateness of this, Ms. Stratford, who does the licensing team report to?
Currently, the licensing team reports to me.
Okay, so to the Office of General Counsel?
Yes.
Okay. And who's responsible for verifying the NGC 9s?
That runs through our compliance team, I believe. Our chief compliance officer, I believe, has a
They were
secondary
signed
review
by
process.
somebody, I didn't recognize the name. It was Rasmussen, I believe.
Yes, that's Michelle Rasmussen, our
Yeah.
chief compliance officer. She also reports to me.
Okay. Yeah. I noted in the materials that, not only were they missed through the process when he was appointed, but they also weren't reported on the NGC 9. So I was just curious as to whether that came up through different areas or if it was all part of the same process.
So the licensing team is separate from the compliance team, but now they both actually report up to me as opposed to both reporting directly to the general counsel. So we've got another layer of oversight We've also instituted weekly team meetings that include me and then the head of licensing and our chief compliance officer as well, to ensure sort of further communication, coordination, and collaboration between the two teams.
Do you know what steps she undertakes before she verifies the NGC 9s?
I'm not prepared to speak to that today, and I'm afraid I'll misspeak if I take a guess at that. I'm happy to confirm that and circle back.
I do know, Vice Chair Solosrani, that with respect to the compliance committee, Michelle Rensmus is the chief compliance officer. When I myself have reviewed the minutes of compliance committee meetings, there's reports of movement with respect to Boyd's executives, both hiring, firing, promotions, and so forth, with the properties as well as at the corporate level, Boyd Gaming Corporation. So somehow information is getting to her for purposes of reporting that to the committee on the compliance committee meetings in that agenda item. But I see those like 2 or 3 months later after the meeting, of course. So it's a little target late in that sense. But there is some information gained to her, obviously, because it is reported on the compliance committee minutes of those kind of executive and corporate appointments, as well as the property levels.
Okay. No, I just was curious about that because obviously she's signing to the accuracy of the information, and if that's not being verified, that's okay.
And the problem before was, I've been representing the company for quite a while, and what I've seen is under the prior administration of the previous general counsel, who was there for quite some time, almost like these corporate things were done in secret. I mean, in this case, for example, Mr. Sue never knew. He was never informed he was selected as an officer of Eldorado Inc. He had no idea that had happened. So there was some real lack of communication between the office of the general counsel and what he was doing with these resolutions about appointing people. And in most cases, the people who were actually appointed as officers had no idea they had been appointed an officer.
Well, good surprise, I guess. And then one final question, and Ms. Ratford, I don't know if that would be one directed to you, but I noticed in our materials that there was two incidents where the company was fined for failure to report incidents to the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board and the another jurisdiction. Which one was it?
I believe it was Indiana.
Okay.
Indiana.
Were those instances reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board?
Yes, they were.
Were they reported timely?
Yes.
The time of the event? Okay. All right.
And those had to deal specifically with very jurisdiction-specific requirements that were not in Nevada, and so were very specific requirements that were in Pennsylvania as well as Indiana, as opposed to anything that's more widespread. And that was very specific. Couple of provisions required under Indiana gaming law and Pennsylvania gaming law that were not similar in any other jurisdiction that Boyd Gaming operates in, including Nevada.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
I do not.
No. Mr. Sue, I didn't have any problems at all with your background. I mean, it was incredibly clean. And if there's no other questions, I think it's in proper form for a motion.
Thank you. I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 5 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Do we have any discussion on the motion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none opposed. And I would note for the record that Chair Tagliati and Commissioner Keycuffer did not participate in the deliberation of voting of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Do we need to call them back? Okay.
All right, so Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Fifth Street Gaming LLC doing business at Western Hotel and Casino for a non-restricted gaming license. And the recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Madam Chair. I need to disclose that I'm an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. The counsel for this applicant is a partner in that law firm, and due to this existing relationship, I'm going to recuse myself on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, morning.
Good morning, Dennis
Yeah, still
Gutwald with the
morning.
law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Joe Kane. With your permission, I'll give a very brief affirmative presentation regarding the circumstances leading to this license application, and we'll go from there.
Please.
The Western closed quite some time ago. This license has been preserved for a number of years. Tony Shea bought the property and continued to preserve the license a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, longer than that now. He started planning to develop the property, but then he passed away. The property's been placed in probate, so there's really nothing that they can do with it currently. So the estate has asked Fifth Street Gaming to preserve the licensing one more time, and that's why we're where we're at today.
Thank you. So at this time, I guess I'll start with Commissioner Brown. Anything?
Mr. Kane, welcome. We went to law school together. It's not a proper disclosure, but I just wanted to say hello and it's good to see you in person.
Commissioner Brown, good to see you too. Commissioner Solis Rainey, law school alums together as well.
So what were the plans prior to Mr. Shea's passing in terms of development or vision for this property? And is there, to the extent the probate issues are resolved, is that something that is back on track that you envision, or do you have something that you're pivoting with? Any thoughts at all you could share with us?
They definitely were working on a bunch of different things over the years. I don't want to say too much because that's not really us. We're more doing this as an accommodation to them. We have a nice relationship with those guys and have some other ventures that we're involved with them. They did begin to do some development. In fact, the Fremont 9 apartments kind of overlapped into, and so it was part of like a master plan that they were working on. And then I think some things stalled out, and obviously the tragic events involving Mr. Shea. So at this moment, I think they're just kind of scrambling and trying to figure out next steps. So.
And any estimate of time in terms of the duration of the probate proceedings? I know it's entangled, messy, and been seeing things in the review journal. I have no idea how long anyone envisions this might take.
Based on our conversations with them, it sounds like many months. It doesn't sound like something that's quick. Just adding to the development of the property, the place comes with a tavern license, so that allows for a lot of development and makes it somewhat unique downtown as a grandfathered property. So,
thank you. I have no further questions.
Questions?
I didn't have any questions either. I also wanted to just say hello to Mr. Kane. We all graduated in the charter class, so
the best class.
It's
yeah, you all get a star. I got in on the second and came out on the third. I'm feeling a little humble.
But it seemed pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have any additional questions or comments. Thank you for your appearances today. At this time, is there a motion?
I move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Is there any discussion on this motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you all.
Madam Secretary, please. Oh, we need Commissioner Keycapper. Thanks. Not a party without him. Okay, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Massimiliano Chiara for finding of suitability as an officer, director, and key employee of International Game Technology PLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have a disclosure and a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I need to disclose that I'm an employee of the law firm McDonald Carano. This applicant is represented by a partner in the law firm, and due to this pre-existing relationship, I feel like I need to recuse myself on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have a disclosure, Madam Chair. For non-restricted number 7, International Game Technology PLC is adverse to a client of Louis Roca in a litigation matter, the firm where I am employed as a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your appearances here for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. My name is A.G. Burnett. I'm with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me today is Mr. Massimiliano Max Chiara. He comes to you as CFO, Director, Executive Vice President of IGT, as Madam Secretary noted. He appeared before the board a couple weeks ago, gave an overview of himself, and of course, he's happy to do that again, should you wish. We'll leave it up to your pleasure as to how to proceed. If you'd like, we can answer questions or go to his background.
We would appreciate, just for our record, that intro. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chair Togliatti, Madam Secretary, member of the Commission.
Of course, the correct pronunciation, not the American version, for sure. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm still learning how to switch my pronunciation after many, many years. Anyhow, my name is Max Chiara, born and raised in Italy, education with a master degree at the Bocconi University Milan, corporate finance, and then completed my education with a CHEMS Master, Community of European Management Schools on International Management. My employment career is kind of split in two parts before I actually got to join IGT. The first part of 14 years in different job positions in primarily in Italy and in Europe. In 2007, I then joined Fiat SPA, the Italian car maker. And in 2009, I got sent to Detroit with the first batch of managers to kind of help integrate Fiat and Chrysler after the viability plan was knocked down by President Obama, and which actually favored the integration of Chrysler with Fiat SPA. Since then, I have held multiple jobs in Chrysler, finishing up with CFO of Latin America operations for Fiat Chrysler. And the second arm of the business owned by the same family, which is the non-automotive part, CNH. The CEO of Fiat, Mr. Marchione, was the chairman of CNH at that time, and he asked me to join CNH as the public CFO. CNH at that time was a company of about $30 billion in sales. So I moved back to the US, to Chicago, actually. I've been there for 7 years. I went through a couple of CEO transitions until then. And then out of nowhere, this nice opportunity came up, and I thought it was fitting very well with my background, my expertise. And I also I believe I fitted very well with what the company was looking for in terms of a strong finance professional with experience in investor relation, interactions with investors, public investors in the company. The company IGT is listed at the New York Stock Exchange. And also trying to help the company reduce its leverage, which was particularly high. We have been able in the last 2 years to really execute several efficiency programs and bring the leverage down to more reasonable terms. And the market has appreciated our efforts. And so here we are.
Well, thank you very much for that. At this time, I'm going to open it up for my colleagues to ask you any questions they may have or make any comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Buongiorno, come stai? I don't know if they say
Molto
good
bene.
morning, but you're definitely from Italy, so I'll just say buongiorno. I used to spend a lot of time in Bolzano. I lived in Munich, just 4 hours. We would go in the morning and come back at night. So I actually know the city. So
Wow.
fond memories. I know,
Yeah.
small world. So tell me, you understand that, of course, this is a heavily regulated industry.
Yes.
And the key to success here is compliance with the regulation and the scheme. So I think based on my observations when you went before the board, you have a very good understanding of that.
Correct. And I think is a key competitive differentiating factor, having a strong compliance team. And again, Luke Orchard, our Senior Vice President of Compliance, is in charge of that role. And he's really taking care of it across the different jurisdictions where we operate.
So your prior experience is very different, but I think you have tools that are very conducive to this field. Can you tell me what the big challenges were coming into the gaming for you and what you thought was a very good fit and was helpful to you?
Yes, look, but the biggest challenge was I joined the company right at the trough of the economy due to the COVID pandemic. And so the biggest challenge was to really reestablish a sound financial condition of the company. And it took us well 12 months to get through it. And we have been able through 2021 to really put in place a nice efficiency programs to preserve cash and improve our profitability. So actually we were able to close the year with numbers that were way above shareholders' expectations, including capital market, and even above 2019, so the last pre-pandemic year.
No, well done. Very well done. I have no other questions, no areas of concern. Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen?
Another very clean application. Excuse me, another very clean application. You're well versed in a lot of different areas. As Commissioner Brown stated, I think the numbers and your experience bring to the table anything that it would be short of your gaming experience. And we look forward to a long relationship with you and this company. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Chiara. I didn't have any areas of concern either. I just had a quick question with respect to how you spend your time. You live in Connecticut, in Rhode Island.
Correct.
Do you spend much time in Nevada?
I will spend more time in Nevada as we are coming out of COVID pandemic. I actually like to be hands-on as a CFO, and I like to visit locations. I've been trained and used to do that in my previous 15 years, so that doesn't concern me. Obviously, I have to wage work-life balance. I have a family, a wife with 4 kids, 2 in college and 2 yet to go. So I'm trying to balance, keep a nice balance between the 2 things. But yes, the plan is to be here both in Las Vegas and in Reno, where we have also large operations.
Okay. No, and the company headquarters are in Rhode Island, so I wasn't sure where you were planning to.
Yes, our ultimate headquarters is in London, as IGT is a PLC. But we have effectively 4 operational headquarters in Rome for lotteries, and in Providence for US lotteries, and in Reno, Nevada, and Las Vegas, Nevada for gaming.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I didn't have any further questions.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions, and I agree that this application is very clean. And so at this time, it would appear there's nothing else. It's if there's a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I would move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 7, as read into the record by Madam Chair and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted. Sorry, I always jump the gun on not that one.
Please come up.
All right. I'm glad you're ready to regulate. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Douglas Lee Sandoval for licensure as a key executive of Park MGM LLC and Bellagio LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Park MGM LLC and Bellagio LLC are current intellectual property clients of Lewis Roke, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also had a disclosure on this item. I'm a partner at Morris Law Group, and me and my firm represented MGM in a number of matters prior to my appointment, and those matters were unrelated litigation that concluded years ago. I don't believe the independence or judgment of a reasonable person would be affected by that prior representation. I do intend to participate and vote on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If you would, please state your appearances for the record.
Okay, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Secretary Bell, for the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. To my right is Doug Sandoval, the Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer for Bellagio and Park MGM. Also in attendance is Chandler Pohl, who's legal counsel with MGM. And if it pleases the chair and the commission, I was just going to hand it over to Mr. Sandoval to provide a background of his experience and address some of the items that we discussed at the board hearing.
That's great. Thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you, Sean. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners,
Morning.
Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Douglas Sandoval. I'm a native Las Vegan, born and raised 50 plus years. My parents are out of New Mexico. My dad worked at the test site with the nuclear weapons and subcritical, so that's what brought him to Las Vegas. So we spent time in Las Vegas and Los Alamos, New Mexico. All my schooling, elementary, middle, high school was in Las Vegas. I also attended UNLV, undergrad in accounting and a master's in business. Begrudgingly started into the gaming. My parents are very staunch Catholic, anti-gaming, anti-gambling. Only one of my siblings to get into gaming. They both are still alive and are happy about the decision now. But I started my career in the mid 90s, 1996, about 26 years ago at Mirage. I started as a non-gaming auditor. 3 months later promoted. I had various leadership positions over 8.5 years at Mirage, concluding as a controller over kind of the FP&A area. I then transitioned over to Bellagio as a controller and then later as the vice president of finance. I was there for about 3 years. And then I was pre-construction, opening, and post at Aria and City Center with that team in the role of vice president of finance. My first CFO job came at Monte Carlo, so I came in front of the board a little over a decade ago for that licensing. I was there for about 3 to 4 years there before going over to work with Chuck Bowling and the team at Mandalay Bay. So it's the chief financial officer at Mandalay Bay, Delano, and then we also oversaw the Four Seasons property there for about 6.5 years. And then the pandemic hit and there was a complete reorg with the company, and they restructured and they have a whole new op model where they kind of combined and potted the properties. So at that point in time, I got the call that I would be directly overseeing the Park and Park MGM and Bellagio properties under Anton Nicodemus. It is now under Ann Hoff in that role now. So 26 years with the company. I do want to bring, I did attend the Carson City hearing a couple of weeks ago, and I do want to address one of the items with this group out of complete transparency on an incident. You probably saw it on my application. It happened about 6.5 years ago. I did have a DUI, one of my darkest days and completely out of character for me. Especially because I'm not much of a drinker and I usually don't go out. I'm a little bit of a workaholic. It happened in December of 17. It was an after work party, which again, I usually don't attend going away parties. It was, you might recognize the name, Mr. Chris Nordling, a long time gaming exec, dear friend and mentor of mine. And it was at Tommy Rockers, which is kind of near the Strip. I just wanted to make sure I was completely transparent. I know the licensing and the seriousness of it and the integrity. Full disclosure, on the day that it happened, I informed Chuck Bowling, the president of Mandalay, and legal counsel Ed Mulholland. Also full disclosure on my application that I submitted. And I also do want to thank Agent Susie Chang. She was actually the agent on my first go round in 2011 with her professionalism and diligence on it. I just wanted to put that on the record as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up if you have nothing else to comments and questions by my colleagues, starting with on my right, Commissioner Keycapper. Do you have anything? Or do you want me to come back to you?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. So the DUI incident happened, did you say 2017? I thought it was 2015.
Oh, I actually apologize. It was 2015.
Okay, and you were licensed subsequent to that in 2017, right?
Yeah, I was licensed with Mandalay Bay prior to that. So I had not come across the border, had to fill out anything at that point in time.
Right, so you haven't, but you've been licensed following that incident, correct? In 2017?
No, I have not, no.
I may be misreading our notes. So subsequently, Sandoval was licensed in May 2015 and July 2017 in relation to his position in Mandalay Bay.
I started Mandalay Bay in September of 2014.
Okay.
And it was
in my notes are incorrect. I apologize. I'll circle back.
Okay. Did you have anything? Well, talk about- Commissioner Brown?
I viewed the event as an anomaly, and I think based on your conduct after the incident in 2015, since then you've maybe gone to another party, which again, that's a rare event for you. You've taken Uber. It doesn't seem like you have an issue. I saw the board presentation. You were asked point blank, do you have a drinking problem? I assume your answer remains the same.
It does definitely.
2 weeks ago. I really commend the property on doing a tremendous job. I mean, non-smoking, forward thinking, rebranding. I think it's just done an excellent job. And maybe you could talk to us briefly about how business is doing and,
Yes.
and brag a little bit.
I would love to. I mean, and again, both properties very different. As you know, Bellagio opened right when we were allowed to in June of 2020. Park was a bit of struggle even from a culture and standpoint because it was the last property of our portfolio in Las Vegas to come in September, and we really didn't even fully open it until March of the following year because we were closed weekdays. Business, surprisingly, even though with some of the struggles around the group business and the non-existent of the Far East travel, especially to the Bellagio high gaming, is absolutely spectacular. I mean, it's been in my 26 years, and again, I did a stint 18, 19 years ago at Bellagio where we set all kinds of records on profit. I mean, we're set this year to actually have an all-time record in profit since 1998. And a lot of it is, you're really seeing what we learned in the pandemic is we're able to operate a lot more efficiently. Where, where in the past we had multiple meal periods or restaurants open 7 days a week, we've really gotten efficient. We've had to because of the labor challenges, but we've now really over-indexed on the gaming, where gaming used to be, mid 20% of our business. I mean, it was sometimes as high as 60% during the pandemic. And we're probably not going to go back to the way we had it before. We're going to probably over-index on the gaming side. I mean, 39% of our revenue was gaming in 2021. It was 29 in 19. It was 15% in 2019 at Park, 21% in 2021. So we are really doing great.
The numbers are impressive. They're really
really
impressive.
strong.
Could you tell me how many vacancies remain that management is actively trying to fill? I know that's been a problem for most of the Strip.
Yeah, so from a leadership standpoint, a managed salary, we're finally, and probably at least for the Park MGM and Bellagio, we have a couple of challenges in some of the portfolio areas and some of the key leaderships, but all like the VP, executive director, we have very few opens. I have 0 actually at both Park, MGM, and Bellagio. And the culinary, like the GMs of restaurants, that's where we've had probably the biggest challenge. But I would say it's under 10% from a leadership of what we're actively looking for.
Thank you. And I just lastly wanted to comment that the residencies for the musicians and the acts that you have is just a really top notch. I don't know who's in charge of procuring that. It's very well edited, and I think it really adds a nice touch to the Strip.
I agree, and a lot more announcements coming too.
Good. Thank you. We're looking forward to seeing more. I
Thank
appreciate your candor today. I have no further questions, no areas of concern.
I have no areas of concern. I appreciate your candor regarding the incident in 2015. You've done a great job. And I'm being way too nice today to everybody that's coming for us. Out of character, but these applications are so clean. Good for you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think our Commissioner Solis-Ray may have pointed out where I was looking at 2017. It may have been as part of corporate structuring that your license was updated. So I think that's what it may have referred to. In your presentation to the Gaming Control Board, you talked about how sort of the MGM properties were being managed as pods. I think that was the word you used.
That's correct.
So why are Bellagio and the Park paired together? They seem sort of different parts of the portfolio.
Yeah, I think when they originally, like you have MGM potted with New York, which now has just recently taken on Excalibur, Mandalay Bay with Luxor. A lot of it is proximity, and then kind of we look at an ultra luxury with either a legacy or mid-tier luxury. So I think the structure of having your senior leadership, your executive committee, like the SVPs and the VPs, oversee the pod, and then you have like directors individually on it. I think it made sense on bandwidth and management on that. I think that's kind of why they potted it that way.
So to have the senior executives overseeing not just the ultra luxury properties, but also the more value properties as well.
That's correct. Yes.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have anything, excuse me, additional. I think between the board hearing and my colleagues, everything's been addressed. So at this time, if anybody has a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very
Good luck.
much.
Thank you.
Right, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of MGM Resorts Interactive LLC for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition also as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a disclosure for item number 9. MGM Resorts Interactive LLC is an affiliate of MGM Resorts International, a client of Louis Roca, the firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. I likewise want to reiterate my prior disclosure. My firm and I represented MGM Resorts International in various litigation years ago. I have no pecuniary interest in the matter before us, nor do I believe that my prior representation on matters that have concluded would affect the independence or judgment of a reasonable person. So I intend to participate in both. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Could you state your appearance for the record, please?
Yes. For the record, my name is Chandler Pohl. That's P as in Peter, O-H-L. I'm legal counsel at MGM Resorts International, and with me is Sean McGinnis, outside counsel to MGM Resorts International. Chair Tagliata, commission members, and Madam Secretary, by way of explanation, this is a request for a further extension of what was approved last year. Given what has happened during the past few years with COVID, we ask for another 1-year extension. Thank you for your consideration.
Anybody have any questions?
I just had a quick question. I had one quick question, and I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to confirm. It indicated that when you were approved, you were required to submit a draft business plan, and that hasn't been done. And I assume that's because you haven't really implemented the license. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was the only question. Thank you.
Anything else? Does anyone have a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 10 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. I'm sorry, number 9, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 10.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of WHNV3 LLC doing business as William Hill Race and Sportsbook, doing business as Palms Casino Resort Race and Sportsbook, doing business at Palms Casino Resort for a non-restricted gaming license, and the application of FP Holdings LP doing business as Palms Casino Resorts receive a percentage of revenue as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have disclosures on this item.
Yes, thank you. I do have a disclosure for non-restricted item number 10. William Hill Race and Sportsbook is not a client of Louis Roca, but there are some affiliated entities that appear to be related in matters involving my law firm where I'm a partner, in which matters I'm not personally involved. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm also going to make a disclosure. As I have previously disclosed today, I don't think this is a disclosure of a conflict pursuant to NRS 281A.420. However, in an abundance of caution, to avoid an appearance of impropriety, and because the general public and or parties before the commission may not be familiar with the nature of my work, at least one counsel listed in this matter and their law firm, the law firm for which she is employed does have clients that retain me for the purposes of mediation intermittently. And so there's nothing about that, in my view, that causes a conflict. And therefore, I'm just disclosing it in an abundance of caution. So at this time, could you state your appearance for the record? Oh, you have one? I didn't have you on here. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't list. I apologize, but I do want to make a disclosure that I'm an employee of the law firm McDonald Toronto, which does do work for Caesars Entertainment in a variety of areas, not on this matter that's before us today. And I don't think that the independence of judgment of reasonable person would be influenced. Thank you.
There's a tangential connection, I think.
Okay. All right. that, now that we're done with that, it's still morning. Don't look at your
I was
watch.
about to say I want to introduce myself properly.
Although if we could come up with another disclosure, we might pass noon. Okay, so at this time, could you state your appearance for the record?
Happily. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Hendricks. I'm Assistant General Counsel and Head of Regulatory and Compliance for Caesars Entertainment. I'm here today on behalf of William Hill, Nevada 3, and our application to offer race and sportsbook operations, the retail book at the Palms Casino. We're excited about this project and the opening of the facility. I believe you've seen it, and as discussed in our prior meeting with the board, we think this is going to be a top flight sportsbook project for the Las Vegas area and worthy of the reopening of this facility. It's been a pleasure working with the tribe and working with the new leadership team. Additionally, I wanted to thank Agent Bartholomew for his assistance during this review. Very prompt and very professional. And also my colleague, Lisa Rankin, who assisted with the filing of this matter. So we believe that this is the sort of project that's within the core competency of what William Hill and Caesars Sportsbook does. We offer these sorts of retail sportsbooks for other operators across the state, and we're excited to do so here. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about the project, about my role in it, or about Caesars or William Hill generally.
Okay, we're going to start with Commissioner Brown, who has questions. Excuse me, Commissioner Cohen. Okay. Kind of.
Thank you, Chair. When I read these agenda items, I look forward to being surprised, and this one I was surprised. And I was surprised on the good side. Let's talk about mobile net revenue. That is a very novel, unique addition to an arrangement between, a hotel casino and the race and sports book operator. How did that come about? And if you could, because that's very intriguing to me.
Sure, I think you're referencing some of the revenue sharing
Yes.
arrangements in the lease agreement. So we try and provide value to all of our partners and create new value where that exists. And as I think we move forward as an industry, we've seen a kind of proliferation and growth of the mobile business. So we think that makes sense where appropriate, work with our partners to find the right sort of economic arrangement. And this is an aspect of where this business is going. To say it's an aspect is probably an understatement. So find a creative way to continue to make the business attractive both internally and with our partners is always something we try to do, and we're happy to make that arrangement here.
With the mobile net revenue, because I realize it's an add-on to your base rent. But how is that calculated? Is it a true up on a quarterly basis, a monthly basis? And how are you going to drive business additionally to that mobile net revenue aspect?
Sure. So the mobile net revenue is based on the identification of the home property player. So that's kind of a work in partnership with the Palms to drive that aspect of the business, drive signups, drive engagement on that product. As far as the true up, I would have to confirm with you to get the exact details of it. I believe it's going to be a monthly true up to provide that revenue.
Yeah, it's de minimis as to the consideration before anything. And are you doing this mobile net revenue aspect in any other location in the United States? Or is this just basically a unique situation?
I believe we have similar arrangements with other operators. So to make this a little more complicated, we're also subject to a master agreement between the predecessor William Hill organization that Caesars acquired that technically does have revenue sharing arrangements in that master agreement. That master agreement is in place. As I'm sure you know, Caesars acquired William Hill last year. So that master agreement still is in place. And we then have agreements with each subsidiary that has a sports book operated by now Caesars Digital. And then accordingly, generally from state to state, we have agreements to detail the mobile piece. So oftentimes in a separate state, it's probably a longer answer than you hope for, I apologize. In a separate state, the mobile sports license is affiliated with a casino operating property and not the actual sportsbook operator. So we would have an agreement in place there as well. that all kind of flows up to the parent company to share revenues there as well.
I just thought it was fascinating. I truly did. I thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
Are you still on schedule to open at the end of April? Do you have a specific date?
We are.
Okay. And when is the date of opening anticipated?
So I believe the facility is opening on the 27th. And I could certainly send you the final confirmation of our scheduled opening date as well.
Congratulations. I'm excited to see it.
Thank you very much.
If you have no further questions, no areas of concern.
Commissioner Keycapper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our notes indicate that the race book will actually only offer opportunities on 4 races, all the Triple Crown races in the Breeders' Cup. Is that common? Is horse race betting declining to a level where it's going to stop being offered in books?
Not necessarily, no. So we have a growing race book business within our overall portfolio. It's more kind of on a property to property determination of what we think that clientele will offer. So as a company, we are investing heavily in the racing business. It's not as national of a product as it was previously, but we are trying to grow that business as well. So it's more so kind of tailored to what we think the needs of the operation will be.
Okay. And when you say you're offered the Breeders' Cup, is that just the Classic, or is that all the races associated with the Breeders' Cup, that event?
I think it's all the races associated with that event.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, there appearing to be no other questions or comments. I don't have any at this time. And so I think it's in proper form for a motion if anyone has.
Thank you, Chair. I'd move for approval of non-restricted agenda item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Chair and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
And with the conditions.
Oh, with the conditions.
I guess I should have asked you, you are aware of the 5 conditions that are being, that were recommended by the board and approved.
I actually apologize. I meant to note that in my affirmative remarks. We are completely fine with those conditions.
Okay, so with those conditions on the motion, is there any discussion? No? All right, there being no discussion, calling for the vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a 5-minute restroom/comfort break. All right, we're back on the record. Um, Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of 888 Holdings PLC for a continuous or delayed public offering and the applications of 888 US Limited and 888 US Service Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with the continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
All right, at this time, I would incorporate herein by reference my previous disclosure on the previous item for which you were counsel, so that I don't have to state it again. But it's for the purposes of transparency and to avoid any appearance of impropriety, and not because I believe it's required under NRS 281A.420. Thank you. At this time, could you state your appearance, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am outside Nevada Gaming Counsel to the company. Here with me today via Zoom is the CFO for the company, Yarif Daphna. Thank you, Chair Tagliati, for the professional courtesy in allowing Mr. Daphna to appear via Zoom. We greatly appreciate it. As we read before the board, 888 has previously received shelf renewals and is in compliance with Regulation 16.115. I thought it might be appropriate to ask Mr. Daphna to provide a company update to you for purposes of the record. And of course, we're available to answer any questions if acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daphna.
Yes, good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners. I'm Yarif Daphna, the CFO of 888. High-level review of our business. So we had a record year in 2021 with revenue of 980 million, reflecting 15% up over 2020 and 75% up over 2019. So over the course of the last 2 years, we saw real increase in the scale of our business. In 2021, we saw positive market share trend and strong growth across all our core market, especially in Europe. In the US, we saw our revenue growing 6% over 2020, with the growth from New Jersey and the B2B offset by the promotional activity to support the launch of SI Sportbook, which resulted in negative revenue. The US is one of our focus market and presents a significant long-term opportunity for 888, in which we want to leverage our leading technology and operating capability. Following the strategic deal signed in 2021 with ABG and its Sport Illustrated brand, we launched the first SI Sportbook in Colorado in September. We already secure a license in Virginia and market access deal in Indiana and Iowa, and planning to launch SI Sportbook in at least 3 states during 2022. Our goal is to be active in 12 to 15 states in the next few years. Our B2B business powering World Series of Poker had another good year, including launching in Pennsylvania in 2021 and in Michigan earlier this year. We just announced a few days ago the hiring of ex-CEO of Bleacher to be our new head of our business in the US. He's based in New York and will drive our US operation in a more local way. A short update about the William Hill transaction. The William Hill acquisition is progressing well with all regulatory pre-approval obtained. Process-wise, it is a reverse takeover, so require the FCA approval of readmission of shares together with the full prospectus, which is expected to be launched by the end of this month. The shareholder vote to approve the transaction is expected in May, and completion is expected in June. This is from my side, and happy to answer questions.
I was just going to say that concludes our affirmative remarks, but we understand there may be questions, and of course, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Commissioner Keycapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Okerberg, in your testimony to the Gaming Control Board, according to the transcript, it says that 888 has no current plans to use the shelf and it's just for general corporate planning purposes. Our report indicates that it's the intent of the company to use the shelf to fund the William Hill acquisition, which which one is it?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. I think our understanding was that there were no plans to use the shelf. However, 888 has informed us that they do plan to use it in connection with William Hill transaction. So that correction should stand.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I didn't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen?
I have no questions.
All right, Commissioner Brown.
Just a brief question. I was a little bit concerned about all of the fines between Spain and the UK, and I just didn't want to proceed today without bringing it up. And at a minimum, just getting some clarity. It's my understanding that from the fine in August 2017, there was a $7.8 million fine, but not dollar, the pounds, I believe, so it's a different rate. And most of a chunk of that was the 3.5 million pounds returned to the 7,000 customers. And then I think 4.25 million pounds went to the socially responsible cause. But I don't have any clarity. If somebody could maybe speak to which socially responsible cause, what's been done with those funds, have they been used? Any progress or information you can provide on that?
Certainly, I'll ask Mr. Daphne to speak to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so with reference to the 2017, so there was an issue of self-excluded system that were not working properly. And the decision about what amount goes as a fine and what goes as a refund for the player is made by the regulator.
And sir, of the 4.25 million pounds that was paid to a socially responsible cause, could you provide us any clarification on which cause and what kind of findings or research, or just give us some detail about what that is? Please.
About the 2017, this is I'm not with all these details, but it was mainly related to in general responsible gaming issue, and then the decision to which body to pay this. This is approved again by the regulator.
Okay, thank you. And then can you tell me, in connection with the Federal Tax Court of Austria, if you can provide a timeline of when you expect a ruling on the possibility of the $30 million pound refund? Do you know where that stands?
On
Mr.
Austria.
Daphne, is that something you can speak to?
I'm not aware of any tax refund in Austria.
Commissioner Brown, I understand that that is still pending and there was no set timeline yet. I haven't received any further update from the company, but I'm happy to follow up and see if there's more details.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And then just the last question. There was a judgment obtained by Johannes Lemprecht against Virtual Digital Services Limited. That's 888 subsidiary, I understand. Has that been paid as a result of the Austrian court's ruling on February 8th, 2022, or is there an appeal pending? Can you just give me the procedural posture?
Certainly. My understanding is that there is an appeal pending, but as to the details, I can certainly follow up and clarify.
I don't need further. I just want to know if it was being appealed, and if not, if the judgment was being satisfied.
Certainly.
I have no other questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Anything else, anyone? Council, before we consider any motion that may be brought, have you had an opportunity to review the proposed order and draft one dated March 17th, 22?
I have, and we believe it is in proper form.
Okay, thank you. At this time, does anyone have a motion?
I'm sorry, I move that we approve non-restricted item number 12 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record.
11.
Secretary.
11.
11.
11. Okay, any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, at this time, could you please read in non-restricted number 12?
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Mohegan Tribal Gaming Authority for an amendment to their order of registration and the applications of MGNB Holding LLC for the pledges as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
We were so close to getting approved without having to come up here. Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Mark Rubenstein of Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz appearing on behalf of the applicant. With me today is the Chief Financial Officer of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment, Carol Anderson. Ms. Anderson has a brief affirmative presentation and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to consider our request to revise our order of registration. Wanted to provide you with a brief update on the company since the last time we appeared before you. We very recently passed the 1-year anniversary of the opening of Mohegan Sun Casino, Las Vegas, which took place in March of 2021. Following that opening, we performed an evaluation of that business, and we concluded that changing the unrestricted subsidiary designations to restricted subsidiary designations would create a more efficient cash management structure and provide better support and liquidity for that operation. We continue to work with Joe Hassan, our general manager for the property, and the rest of our Las Vegas team members to provide the best of what Mohegan has to offer for our casino guests. Performance at Mohegan Sun Casino Las Vegas, after normalizing for table hold, has correlated to visitor trends in the Las Vegas market, but we are pleased to see ramp up in the post-COVID environment. By way of other updates, on March 29th, we announced that Raymond Lynn joined the organization as Chief Legal Officer. Raymond was previously a partner and co-head of the private equity practice at Latham & Watkins in New York and has substantial experience in the gaming industry. In addition, our management board recently approved the charter for our Environmental, Social, and Governance Committee, which specifies that the purpose of that committee is to assist the management board and our CEO with the following ESG matters: setting general strategy, developing, implementing, and monitoring initiatives and policies, overseeing communications with employees, investors, and other stakeholders, monitoring and assessing developments in the ESG arena, and establishing and executing reporting commitments, all while aligning our activities and objectives with those of the management board and the Mohegan tribe. We are currently in the process of conducting internal stakeholder assessments to define key areas of focus, as well as gathering benchmark data. I'd like to thank Agent Brett for her work on the investigation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sorry, I'll start on my left. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. It was very succinct. Just a quick question. As I recall, as of December 31st, 2021, the Mohegan had about 27 million drawn down on the 2021 revolver. Can you tell me what's the balance that's been drawn as of today, approximately?
Sure. We have not reported our March results publicly yet. There is a slight change to the number that we anticipate reporting in the first half of May, but not significantly different from that information that we reported as of 12/31.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sure. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question regarding the structure of the credit agreement. With the rates bumping in the last 60 days, have you seen a disruption in your ability to do business? Were those rates locked in?
There is some small component that is a floating rate component of our credit agreement. It will have some modest impact on our cost of borrowing. However, I would note that the predominant component of debt in our capital structure is on a fixed rate basis by way of the $1.175 billion of second lien notes and $500 million of unsecured notes.
So anything that's not fixed, it would be de minimis to your operating?
Sure. The floating rate component currently based on LIBOR, but we are currently going through the LIBOR transition process. So there will be some fluctuations to that floating rate component in line with those market rates.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the fixed rate is at 8% right now?
8% on the $1.175 billion and 7.875 on the $500 million of unsecured notes.
Okay, and the priority note matures, they mature on February 1st, 2026?
That is correct.
Okay, and that you think will remain the same? No change there?
At the current moment in time, no anticipated near-term changes to that component of our cap structure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? I don't have any either. Okay, at this time, it appears right before a motion.
Chair Tagliati.
Oh, I'm sorry to ask him. I was going to ask
draft.
you, council, yes, about the draft.
Yes.
Draft number 1 dated 3/14/22, third revised order of registration. Any issues with it?
Actually, we on the record, we updated, it's actually draft number 2,
2,
dated March 29th
that's right.
of 2022, and we have no issues with that draft.
Hold on a second. Okay, so is there a motion?
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 12 pursuant to draft number 2 of the order of registration dated March 29th, I believe, 2022. And as otherwise read into the record.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our restricted items held up for discussion. Please read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Shabilla LLC doing business as Family Food number 3 for restricted gaming license, and the application of Peter Hanna for licensure as sole member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of Commission, and Madam Secretary. My name is Rahul Sodhi for record. I'm with Kaizen Strategies, and we are representing Peter Hanna, and Peter Hanna is requesting restricted license for Shabilla LLC and doing business as Family Food Mart 3. Peter Hanna will give a short presentation about his background, and he'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Hanna. I just came to United States in August 2000. So first week when I got here, no English. I start working, trying to find a job. So I worked in a little gas station, and then no English. They fired me. I went to hotel. I work in the hotel maintenance, which is okay. And then I started doing my small business, was merchandise, and after a couple of years, and then I moved to Las Vegas. I was in Phoenix all this. I moved to Las Vegas in 2006. I worked a couple of years in a convenience store, and then I tried to get my own business again. So I got the pizza shop. I got a good deal on it, and I buy Alexander Pizza. And 1 year and a couple of years, I bought another pizza. They call it Fatmos, and I sell the Fatmos. I buy JJ's Pizza. In the end, I got family food, good deal. So I purchased this business. Thank you. If you have any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Well, thank you for that. At this time, I'm going to open it up to my colleagues for questions, starting on my right.
I just had a quick question. Are you planning on using a route operator, slot route operator?
Using the
Yes.
operator, yeah.
Do you have somebody that's going to like do the procedures for slot?
No, I'm gonna do it.
You're going to do it all?
Yes.
Okay. And have you attended the seminar for like non-restricted licensees? I'm sorry, for restricted licensees, to understand better about the regulations and what your
Yes.
obligations are and
Yes.
such?
First things, no one can be under 21 around the machine. Most likely, we have to have a sign for anyone who wanna to complain about something. Plus, we have to have enough money in case somebody win, which is higher jackpot. We have to have enough money plus 1 check or 2 checks in case, there is no enough money. And check around. No one can be drinking around the machine. No one. I have a lot of friends. They have a convenience store, so I have a lot of always I question. Plus, I have.
I don't mean to interrupt you. we're not giving you a quiz
So just
after
send
the
the
class.
link and
We
you-
just want to know if you took the class.
Yeah,
It appears to
yes,
me that you
yes,
did.
I did.
Okay.
Yes,
Good job.
I mean,
But you passed the quiz.
thank you.
Thank you. I didn't have anything else. Congratulations on your successful businesses. I
Thank
mean,
you so
you've come a
much.
long way since you arrived here, and I like to see people succeed. So congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown, anything?
Did you have anything?
There was nothing of note other than, what is the derivation of Shabila?
What does that mean?
Yes.
That's my last name, but you know, when we got the passport, they go to the third name and back home in Iraq. So my grandfather is Hana, which is supposed to be Shabila to be my last name. But you know, in my country they do it like this.
Good enough.
So, yeah.
Well, you should
It's
be really,
Shabila.
you should be really proud of yourself. You came to this country, you didn't speak any English, and now you own 3
Thank
businesses.
you so much.
And this is a huge responsibility to be part of the gaming world, and it's heavily regulated. And I think you've understood that responsibility. And will you be spending all of your time now at the family food number 3, and you have the family and the friend dealing with the pizzeria? You're not doing anything
Yes,
with those 2?
actually, I'm gonna spend 7 days a week, maybe 10 hours a day at least. In the beginning, till you know, couple of years. JJ's, I have a friend of mine. He ran it for me, and Alexander Pizza, my 2 brothers, they run it for me. So I
If you have
spend all
any
my time.
questions or issues that arise about the regulations and what applies, don't hesitate to call or, of course, reach out to a lawyer so that you can remain compliant. Good luck. I have no questions or reservations.
I don't have anything additional, so at this time I would ask if there's a motion. Any,
Sure. I move for approval, Chair, of restricted item number 1 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board and is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you very
So
much and
much.
congratulations.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Madam Secretary, please read in restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of JJ Gaming and Lounge LLC doing business as Hanzeka Lounge for restricted gaming license, and the application of Juan Ma for licensure as sole member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Good afternoon. If you could state your appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato with Argentum, here with the applicant, Mr. May. Today, we're seeking the approval of a restricted gaming license to be held by the applicant. Although he will be holding the gaming license himself, if approved, he will be using his services of a slot route operator. He's on a contract for 5 years with the slot route operator, and he's also attended the seminar in March. And with that, with your permission, I'd like to have him give some background information about himself.
Please.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioner. My name is Huang Mai. I came to United States 1987, right after I get my bachelor degree in China, and I went to UCLA for my master degree. And then I came back to San Francisco to working as a structure bridge engineering for about 14 years. And I worked for a private, I also worked for Caltrans and the city of San Francisco. I moved here in the 2005 as a real estate investor and management. I have a company called MZ Property. I have been doing the real estate management and investment for about 15 years. I have about 4 tandem having tavern, and it happened like last year. This tandem doesn't want to renew the license, and I think it's a good opportunity for me. And I know I can have the team, I can create a team to make it very successful. This is why I coming to apply for the gaming license. I think I will be successful. Believe so. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you. At this time, I'll open it up for my colleagues who may have any questions. To my left over here, anybody?
Welcome. Thank you for coming today. Just curious, what made you shift from your engineering background where you were working like seismic retrofitting for bridges in San Francisco to moving to Las Vegas and dealing with, real property investments and now the gaming industry?
I always like real estate. When I come in, my uncle actually sponsored me here to come to the United States, and then I really admire my uncle. She actually passed away 20 years ago. She always taught to me all investment, real estate is the best investment. So fortunately, we have some money. We made some money during the working, and I tried to pick the area. And Vegas is a great area at the time we come in. And actually, we picked a group area. It was a crash, and the timing is perfect. So that real estate. And then at the tavern, because as I say, I have 4 tenants. They're all doing fantastic, and this is an opportunity coming up. I would like to have that chance.
And I understand that you contributed $150,000 for the remodel.
Yes.
Is that so? What have you done exactly with the remodeling fund?
We have the kitchen, adding one more hook in the kitchen. We changing all the furniture over there. And then we do all the decoration. We remove the bar, the center of the bar, and make some flower over there. It's like beautiful, like a Japanese bar. So we expect going to be open in the May 15 or end of the May. Coming is like beautiful.
It sounds lovely. Good luck. And I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else? I just wanted to make a record of the real estate interests that you have. I have a list of the litigation related to certain property interests. These are all evictions, correct? Just for whatever.
Yeah,
Lease,
yeah.
not even a rent.
Yeah,
And-
all are the eviction, and then we work with them during the pandemic. I give a lot of default payment over there, but some
You
of
and the CDC.
yeah.
So do you have, it's all business tenants, correct? I mean, I look at some of these are in justice court, tend to usually be residential, but you've had some that have been businesses that you've taken to justice court for the summary proceedings. So it's mostly commercial.
Oh, I think we never evict the residential tenant. I have to remember, or a commercial tenant.
Okay. So if there's someone named individually as a defendant, that could be just because they signed the lease individually?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't have any additional questions.
Just quickly, you're spending about 10 hours a week there?
Yes.
And do you intend to start spending more time there or who's operating?
I'm going to have a key employee. Yeah.
Okay.
To the bar.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, it appears that it's an appropriate time for a motion.
Chair Tagliati, I move for approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and the Commission.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Agent Finlayson for all her work during the investigation process as well.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 3.
Restricted number 3 is the application of TAJ Group LLC doing business as Stakeout Bar and Grill for restricted gaming license, and the applications of Joshua Aldabaj, Thomas Boley, and Aran Khan for licensure as member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a recusal and a disclosure on this item.
Thank you. My husband, David Brown, is representing the applicant, so I must recuse myself because I cannot be impartial and unbiased. So I'll be back. Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen?
Thank you, Chair. While I have studied the propriety of this disclosure, I'm making it out of an abundance of caution. I have represented Josh Aldabaugh's father with Stan Johnson from the firm of Cohen Johnson in litigation that is now ended. I did make a court appearance. There is absolutely no connection between that matter and the issue before this commission. I don't believe that it in any way affects my ability to rule on this matter, and as such, I intend to vote on it.
Very much. All right, at this time, could you state please for the record?
Sure. David Brown, 520 South 4th Street, on behalf of the applicant, Taj Group, excuse me, LLC. With me is Mr. Aldabog, Mr. Boley, and Mr. Khan. Both in regards to the conditions, both Mr. Aldabog and Mr. Boley have completed the gaming class. Mr. Khan is enrolled for the next available session. They also currently are open and operating with a space lease, and that operator will maintain the revenue sharing with them over the next 5 years. It's just going to switch to profit share. At this time, I'll let Mr. Aldabog talk a little bit about the project.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Josh Aldabaugh. A little bit about myself. I was born here in Las Vegas, went to high school, college, and law school here in Vegas. I graduated from law school in 2010, started a law practice. Mr. Boley is my law partner. We practice in primarily personal injury and criminal defense. Mr. Khan's been a good friend of mine for over 10 years, and we wanted to go into business together. So we found this bar. Like my attorney said, we've been operating now for about 6 months. Things have been going very smoothly, and we're confident in its success. Any questions?
Does your colleagues want to introduce themselves and say a few words?
And then questions after? Okay.
My name is Aran Khan, and been living in Las Vegas since 2003, and from San Diego originally, and came out here, and we're just all good friends and just opening up this bar and looking for a new adventure. So, yeah.
My name's Tom Boley. I'm originally from rural Iowa, and I moved here in 2008 when I graduated from law school at Drake University. I worked briefly for an insurance defense firm, and then me and Mr. Aldabaugh started Boley and Aldabaugh, which is, like he said, personal injury, criminal defense, and you'll see that I represent some people in gaming issues because I'm on the counsel for somebody later in the day. I've been practicing primarily as an attorney for, I guess, since 2008. We've had some other ventures and such. For instance, me and Mr. Aldabaugh hold a Nevada Transportation Authority license as well, and we own a tow truck company in Pahrump, Nevada. But we came across this particular deal for Stakeout Bar and Grill, and it just really seemed like a great time to get into this particular industry, and we're really confident that it'll succeed. Also, something we didn't mention is we do have a general manager who's a key employee.
If there's nothing else as far as anything you wanted to represent to us, I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
I'd like to hear a little bit about your respective involvement with the property. I understand, Mr. Khan, you're going to be responsible for the day-to-day management. Is that correct?
No, that's actually, so we do have a general manager who's going to be a key employee who's there. That's his full-time job. Secondarily, I have all the cards to work as a bartender because I've worked as a bartender before, so I can be there to assist any other manager. Out of the three of us, I spend the most time there helping with different issues. So we sort of have a two-tiered system where Matthew, the guy that's working for us, is going to be primarily responsible, and then I'm. In fact, our law office is 1 block away, so we can just run down there. And that's we did that on purpose, of course, so we can
Right.
take care of any issues.
Yeah, the materials we had indicated that Mr. Khan would be responsible. Is your key employee going to come forward for licensing, or what's their status?
I believe he has applied, and that's pending.
Is this the stakeout that's been there forever? Do you know how long it's been operating?
Yeah, since 1983. In fact, our tagline is pouring and paying since 1983. It was born the same year as me.
I thought it was longer than that. It was there when I was in college. so
Yeah.
and I'm
We
old.
hear a lot of people say that they remember from when they were at UNLV having a great time at Stakeout.
Yes, many nights are spent there.
I think
What
I
year was that?
believe,
83.
Okay.
yeah, no, I believe
When
it
it
started in 79 and then 83, it became that name. And then from then on, it's been the same name because everybody from my accountant or different friends of mine in town and parents and everybody seemed to know the name for a long time. But I believe it originally was established in 79, 83, it became the current name, and it's been that same name since then. So if anybody went to UNLV or was around that area, they seem to have, reference to it. So.
And we're super excited about that. We love the history of it. We're trying to maintain sort of the same theme as it's always been, sort of the nostalgia as part of the business plan.
Have you made any changes to the property since you purchased it?
We spent a lot of time cleaning, which goes without saying. I think anybody who buys a property like this cleans, but we did a major remodel in the upstairs area, so there can be an event space.
It's just cleaning up. I mean, basically what it was is that when we got the location, the person that owned it prior hadn't done a lot of deep cleaning, hadn't updated some of the wiring, hadn't done things like that. And so what we really did is went through it all top to bottom and just cleaned everything up we could, cleaned up the walls, cleaned the carpets, cleaned the kitchen deeply, did all that. We talked to the health departments, got everything up to date, talked to the gaming department, made sure all the gaming, the bar tops, everything like that were in compliance, went through all the cleaning system, everything from our pipes. We redid some pipes to just make sure our water systems were better, make sure safety systems were better. And we're continuing to put more money to wherever is needed because the place had been open since 83 with I believe 2 owners. And the last owner did not do as much upkeep as we would like. So being new people that came into the business, we really wanted to make sure everything was clean, safe, and up to date because we plan on owning it for a long time. But at the same time, we like the idea that this has been around for 83. So we're trying to keep as much nostalgia to this spot but updating everything as possible so that everything's clean and safe and in compliance. So
Thank you so much. I don't have any
hope that
further
explains it.
questions.
Yeah.
Commissioner Keycap or anything?
I'm good.
Commissioner Cohen?
I'm good.
So plaintiff's personal injury is what you guys do?
Mostly.
So my guess is that you have a nice, big, healthy policy on this property, yeah?
I did go through and check for any kind of potential liabilities when I took over.
Right, and got an umbrella, my guess. Just from our mutual interest there as far as personal injury work. Okay, so I don't have any questions or additional comments this time. If there is a motion by any of my colleagues, I will call for a vote.
Thank you, Chair. I'd move for approval of restricted item agenda number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed, and the record should reflect that Commissioner Brown did not participate in the discussion or vote on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd also like to thank Agent Jeffries. She was wonderful to deal with during the process.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read in our next agenda item.
Next for your consideration is a gaming employee registration appeal regarding Don Carlo Della Pena, as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Tom Boley, and I'm representing Mr. De La Pena in this matter. He's here. We did have a hearing in front of the administrative law judge that affirmed the original decision, and this is our appeal in front of yourselves.
When you're ready.
Sure. So the incident that gave rise to the revocation of Mr. De La Pena's gaming license was essentially he was working at a day club and there was a hotel key with $100 bill slipped in the sleeve on the ground. He picked it up and he put it in his pocket and threw the hotel key away. Eventually, the guest came back asking about the money. He may have left at that area and money was returned to him. What we're putting forward in front of this honorable panel is that that action in and of itself does not form the intention or something to give rise to theft. So if he put something in his pocket and then eventually returned it, what his intentions were during that time is kind of unclear, but he did return the money right away. And we would ask, because he is very without blemish in his history beyond this, that he be able to resume employment in the gaming environment.
And did your client have anything that he wished to say to the commission before I open it up for any additional questions of the my colleagues? Excuse me.
Yes, I just wanted to.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, I just wanted to formally just introduce myself to the commission. It's Don Carlo De La Pena. 25 years old. I currently work at Din Tai Fung at the Aria. Sorry, this is all foreign to me, so I'm very nervous. But I have a 3-year-old daughter who is my biggest supporter, and all I can hear while standing here is just her telling me that everything's gonna be okay. Because she's ever since this happened, she's known that I've just been very stressed because all I want to do is provide for her. I just want your guys' decision and consideration to reverse my first decision and possibly reconsider giving me my gaming license. That is all, sorry.
That completes our affirmative presentation. We can take questions if anybody has one.
And thank you, Madam Chair. So in the transcript from the hearing, Mr. De La Pena sort of indicates to the hearing officer that in the way I read it, that his intent was clear, right? And that this was an act that related to sort of financial need to support his family. So how am I supposed to interpret what he said in the transcript with your assertion that the intent was not clear?
Sure, I can address that. During that period of time, I think the intent of the guest that lost the money was unclear as well. So if you see a $100 bill on the ground near a table at a night or day club, in this case, was it meant to be left or was it meant to be lost? And there again, yeah, he may have had some intent to keep the money, but then immediately gave it back when it was requested. And it's not necessarily that I'm saying he didn't have that intent, but that intent wasn't fully formed when that $100 bill was in his pocket.
Council, I think it's, I think you're obviously, you're advocating for your client. That's your job. But you got to recognize that this panel is a different burden than a court of law. And it's a little bit disingenuous to argue against what your client's own testimony presents. He didn't immediately give the money back. When he was asked about it, he gave the key back. And then only after the guest pressed is when he gave the money back. So I understand that you're doing your best to advocate for him. I understand the circumstances. I do appreciate his forthrightness with, what was going on in his life. And his character references were very helpful as to how he's developed. I mean, you're so young and you have a whole lot of time in front of you. So, I just wanted to say I'm on the fence. I could go either way on this because I do think that we have to consider his age, the fact that his employer, didn't want to press charges on it. I think they recognize that although he did initially intend to keep the money, and I don't think there's any question about the guest intent when it's in their key card and it falls out. I mean, that seems to be pretty clear. I think for me, I would be on the fence on it, but I just wanted to point that out, that it's a different burden, and I think you have to be careful about the arguments that you make because they have to be in accord with the evidence in the testimony that was offered.
I didn't mean to be disingenuous by saying that. And I understand there's a different burden in this room than say a court of law. But when you ask somebody who's a layman what their intent was versus the actual legal definition of intent, there's sort of a difference. So I apologize for that. I didn't mean to be disingenuous.
I didn't have anything further. I'd like to hear what my other colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on the fence on this one too. You've got a couple things. It's been about 2.5 years since the date of the incident. So my first question would be, how have you been employed since the work card was pulled?
Since the work card was pulled, I've solely been paying bills through savings. I recently just got hired at Din Tai Fung over at the ARIA December 27th of last year. Since then, that's where I've been working.
In what capacity? In other words, what was your job?
Previously or
No. Wait, at the ARIA.
Oh, busser. Busser over at the Din Tai Fung restaurant.
Since the date of this incident on September 26th of 2019, have you had any run-ins with the law? Any citations, any tickets, any investigations?
No, sir.
I share Commissioner Solis Rainey's statements that we're not here to discuss criminal intent. What we're here to discuss is, was it a dishonest act? That's really what it comes down to. He found $100 in the sleeve of a patron's key. At least from where I sit, I don't think you could consider that a tip. In other words, if that's an argument you're making, I think you took it, and you did the right thing, and you turned it back in. But the question is, you took it. So I'm on the fence whether enough time has passed to go ahead and give you another chance. Because if this panel were to go ahead and overturn the decision, you're out of you're out of get out of jail cards free. How do we know, if you could tell us, how do we know that this wouldn't happen again if your work card was reinstated?
I have a good track record with my previous general manager over at Resort Road at Zook. Prior to the second appeal, they had told me that once my appeal does follow through, and I do get reinstated back, that they will bring me back on to the industry. I did make a mistake back in 2019. I accepted it. I told everybody that asked me what happened, family and friends, why I got let go, why I got fired. I've told them the truth and nothing but the truth of what happened, except for the fact that I made a mistake. I learned from it, and I don't define my character and my integrity from that one mistake that I made.
Thank you.
Well, this is the hardest decision I'm going to make today. And the reason it's difficult for me is because I'm confined to the four corners of the proceedings where you testified. And I don't think, based on the four corners, there's any doubt that you never believed that $100 was lost. And I don't believe, based on the record that I have before me, that you ever thought that the $100 was a tip. And what's a little bit troubling to me is the very first opportunity you had, notwithstanding the policy that when you believe you found something, it's obviously not a tip, you're supposed to just turn it in. So the first mistake was that you put it in your pocket. But then you had a chance to think about it. So you were aware of the policy based on the record before me. And you put the money in your pocket and you discarded of the key. So you were trying to, I think, maybe conceal the connection of the money with the key. So that's the first thing that was troubling to me based on the record. And then the second thing that was troubling is when you had the first opportunity to come clean, you didn't. And only when the patron pressed the second time did you come clean. And so it's the series of events and the three different opportunities you had. Number one, follow the TAO policy. Number two, when asked initially, you lied. And then based on what I can see from the record, and then when given the third opportunity to do the right thing, you finally took it. So the third time was the charm for you. And I'm happy to see that patron ultimately got their money back. And I don't even know if this patron knew that you initially concealed it. And I do feel that you are remorseful, but I also feel like I need to defer to the recommendation that's been made that you need another year. But I do think you appear to understand the severity, but maybe only just because you got busted. And so I keep hearing people say I'm on the fence because this is just difficult. But based on the confines of the four corners of the record before me, I don't think that there's any question that you took money that wasn't yours. And so now I have to make a determination on whether or not enough time has passed. And that's the problem for me. And I do understand you're employed. How much are you making now on average versus what you were making before? Is there a huge disparity? Is there a pay cut?
Yes. With how much I'm making now versus, yes.
What's the substantial, what's the number approximately, just percentage wise? I don't need the actual number.
I haven't worked there at Taifang long enough to possibly give you an average. But weekly, from what I make weekly over at Taifang versus what I made weekly over at Resort World, it's about $1,500 to $2,000 pay cut
Okay, a month?
per week.
Per week, okay. And it also weighs heavily on me that your former employer is willing to take you back depending on the outcome of the proceeding. So that's the other thing that I'm struggling with. So I'm not sure. Just wanted to voice my thoughts.
Well, so I'm the only one that hasn't commented yet. I'll take this opportunity before we make a decision or have a vote. I would say two things. One, you know, I will just summarily dismiss the argument about the intent because the record here is very clear. So I appreciate the arguments and I understand what council does is make arguments, but for me, intent is clear. So number one, the reason that you're even here is because people that come to Las Vegas, right? This affects when we have any kind of theft from any kind of visitor or patron, it affects the view of our city. It affects how our tourists look at coming to Las Vegas. And so that's why you're even here, right? The other thing that's kind of bigger than you, if you will, I understand your situation and your hardship and all of that, but what's bigger than you is how visitors look at Las Vegas when they drop something and there's money in it or whatever, and they don't get it back unless they report it or you turn over the key and then they, right? But also kind of the precedent setting effect for others in this circumstance, right? Because, one thing I used to do as a judge, is try to treat similarly situated persons the same, right? In like circumstances. And in my view, in a circumstance like this, there isn't a pass because you're young and you're sorry, right? There's a recommendation, and you can work other jobs and pay a certain price for what happened here and then come back in a year, right? And to me, that seems reasonable, and that's where I'm headed. Okay, so that's just my 2 cents. With that said, I don't know if someone's going to have a motion one way or another, and if there'll be competing motions, that'll be interesting, but we're gonna see. Go ahead.
Quick comment, that my belief sort of is in line with yours originally, and that this was an act against patron. And that's sort of what I'd default to, because I have I think similar concerns as Madam Chair regarding sort of reputation and integrity of the entities that we regulate, and we regulate these entities. So with that, I would make a motion that we affirm the recommendation to affirm the objection to the employee registration.
Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to make a motion, or should we address that motion?
I agree that we should, my motion is as well to sustain it and have them wait for a year under regulation 5109.
Okay,
Sustain the objection.
any further discussion on the motion?
No, I'm prepared to support the motion that's been made. I will say that my comment on being on the fence is when I think back of prior appellants, if you will, that we have restored the license to. I thought their circumstances were much more egregious. And I mean, I voted the same way. But that's where I was having trouble. I mean, I think, the error, while I agree it's important to the industry, and, it definitely is bigger than you. I do believe that in your case, I mean, you were young, you ultimately did the right thing, might have taken a couple of times asking. So I feel that we do need to support the Gaming Control Board's recommendation, but I would encourage you to, to go ahead and try again in a year. It's the length of time. It hasn't been that long. You've proven that you're a different person today than you were then. I think, having your daughter and seeing her grow up is, maybe matured you a little bit more. So I don't want to discourage you from ever, coming forth again, because I think that extra year for me would definitely put me on the side of allowing you to, resume work in the industry. You seem like a hardworking young man, and you made a mistake, and I appreciate you owned up to it.
When I stated I was on the fence, it's a difficult position, you've set forth by you and your attorney. But it's also, as Chair Tagliati stated, it's a policy issue, at this point. I just don't believe it's the proper ruling with the amount of time that has passed. And I don't want anybody out there to think that there's $100 deductible. Oh, I can get away with doing something for $100, and I'll be able to work again in the industry. It's the act, and it's the public policy, and it deals with the lifeblood of the industry. So I am going to support the motion to affirm, but also I encourage you and your counsel in a year to come back, but stay clean. Don't give any reason to say you haven't changed. Because at least from my perspective, I do believe you've changed. I do believe you're remorseful, but I can't in good conscience to give you a pass with this period of time.
Any other comments?
Just that Nevada is the gold standard for gaming, and people come here from all over the world and they trust us, and this is a breach of that trust. So I do envision, based on what you've represented to us, and I believe you're telling the truth, that you believe you made a mistake, I don't think you'll have any more issues between now and the interim period when hopefully you come back before us. If you'd like to do that, you have the right to do that. But I will prove them, vote in favor of the motions to sustain the objection made by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. But you're lucky you didn't have any criminal charges, and you're lucky that you have the support of your former employer and that you have a place to go back to. So I thank you for your time.
And I believe that 1 year, I addressed this at the last appeal hearing that we had, but I want to make sure the 1 year begins from the date the board's.
I think it's from the commission.
Is it from ours?
I think so.
Madam Chair, it's 1 year from the decision today.
Decision today. Okay, so you understand that, right? Okay, so there's been a motion made. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? There are none opposed. I appreciate your time and your coming here, and I think that you have invitations to come back 1 year from today. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, next agenda item, please.
Next for your consideration are proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 3, 4, 5, 6, and 14 as noted on the agenda. I believe Senior Doug McKella is appearing via Zoom.
Hi there.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKella with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for consideration of adoption are proposed changes to Regulations 3, 4, 5, 6, and 14. The board held a workshop on these changes on February 24th, 2022, and recommended the changes to you. The draft dates for the board recommended proposed changes to Regulations 3, 4, 5, and 6 are February 3rd, 2022. The draft date for the board recommended proposed changes to Regulation 14 is February 24th, 2022. The bulk of the proposed changes are related to the passage of AB 7 during the last legislative session and the changes AB 7 made related to inter-casino link systems and approval of new games. Given the lack of questions and comments concerning these changes during the board workshop, I will not specifically go through these changes unless you so desire. There are also various requests from several divisions of the board. I will go through these changes with you today. Please stop me at any time during my presentation with any questions or comments you may have about the proposed changes. All of the proposed changes to Regulation 3 are derived from Assembly Bill 7. Turning to Regulation 4.030, the changes to Regulation 4.030 clarify that a non-restricted license refers to gaming licensees and some AB 7 changes. Turning to Regulation 5.180. This modifies the installation limitations and record-keeping requirements for inter-casino link systems and contains some AB 7 related changes. All of the proposed changes to Regulation 6 are derived from AB 7. Turning to Regulation 14.010, old subsection 26. This deletion of mobile gaming system modification is due to mobile gaming systems being considered gaming devices and subject to rules regarding gaming device modifications. 14.010, new subsection 24, reflects the statutory classification of mobile gaming systems as gaming devices from some 2019 legislation. 14.010, new subsection 25, is additional language that reflects modifications can also be of associated equipment. 14.010, new subsection 26, is a clarification requested by the Technology Division. (14.040) subsections 9 and 10 The waivers in these sections are deleted. Waivers may still be contained in the technical standards. Waivers are also allowed in new subsection 14.050, subsection 8. 14.050 deletes online slot metering systems as contained within associated equipment and creates a waiver provision to replace the waiver provisions in 14.040. 14.220. This section is authorized by NRS 463.305 and clarified to reflect that an initial revocation of a gaming device approval is by the chair of the Gaming Control Board. A review process is added to this section in line with the statutory discipline process. A review process was probably always implicit. This language makes it clear that revocation of a gaming device approval follows a path that may lead to judicial review. 14.230 subsection 1. In addition to the AB7 changes, the changes to this section would allow for waiver of chair approval for game variations related to bingo. Bingo variation approvals have become very routine, and this waiver will make the process more efficient. 14.300 adds more detail to the process of approval of a modification to associated equipment. It also adds a process for temporary, summary approval in an emergency. 14.301 is a new section explicitly authorizing revocation of approval of associated equipment for certain reasons. As original approval of associated equipment is by the board chair decision, this review process is through the administrative approval decision process found in regulations 4.185, 190, and 4.195. 14.350, 360, 370, 390, 395, and 420 are changes to the regulations pertaining to independent testing laboratories based on the statutory changes related to the classification of mobile gaming systems as gaming devices and inter-casino link systems as associated equipment. These changes should be effective upon adoption and approval. The board has recommended the proposed changes for adoption, and I ask that you adopt these changes today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation at this time. Starting on my right with Commissioner Piekapper, do you have any questions? Anything?
No, I think they've been extremely well vetted. The changes, are entirely appropriate and overdue for the industry, and I'm in favor of these changes.
All right, there being no questions for you and no additional comments, does someone have a motion?
Sure. I move for approval of the regulation changes to regulations 3, 4, 5, and 6 as read into the record and as recommended by the Game Control Board with a draft date of February 3rd. And also for adoption of the proposed changes to regulation 14 with a draft date of February 24th, 2022. Both as recommended by the Game Control Board to be effective immediately upon adoption.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All right, there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Effective today.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, next agenda item, please.
Next for your consideration are proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 1 and 5 as noted on the agenda. For the record, we did receive comments on this regulation just prior to the start of today's meeting. This item had a previous notice requesting comments be provided by March 17th. The comments received today have been posted on the website and have been provided to the members of the board and commission.
Before you state your name for the record regarding what Madam Secretary just referenced, specifically in April 21st, 2022 document from AWS that says 3 of 3 pages, but it's actually 4. There is no signature. And so what I would ask is, and I know this was posted on the website, but it says by electronic submission only. So do we have an email address or whoever sent this?
Yes, I do have the cover email, and I can have that posted also.
Okay, let's do that. So we know, since no one signed it and there's no name on it, other than AWS, we could at least have that as part of the record of who's communicating this document. Okay, thank you. Please state your appearance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Ed McGaw. I'm with the Nevada Attorney General's office here. It's here today to present the proposed regulations you have. As I will explain later, I will be working off the draft dated April 12th, 2022. This is a revised draft that the board is proposing additional changes after the changes we adopted during the workshop. So my presentation will be based on that, with the hopes that you will consider adopting that version. If adopted, it will become effective upon or immediately upon adoption. If it pleases the chair, I'll briefly provide an overview of the regulation amendments, of the purpose behind them, and then go through some of the additional changes that the board is proposing after the workshop.
Please.
Okay, thank you. The proposed amendments are intended to allow the gaming industry to advance and make use of the latest developments in the area of technology and security. By utilizing cloud computing service providers, the state can be assured that licensees' information and transactions are being stored, processed, and secured on the most up-to-date and secure equipment. And if anything were to go wrong with this process, the persons maintaining the systems would be proficient on getting the systems back online, as opposed to having each individual licensee manage the systems, would allow for experts in this area to do so. While these regulations will allow the gaming industry to advance, they also ensure that the board will retain proper oversight and control over those involved to protect the consumer and the reputation of the state of Nevada and the gaming industry. As I mentioned, after the workshop held in February 2022, the board staff had the opportunity to discuss the regulations with individual commissioners. And based on those conversations and subsequent review of the proposed draft, the board staff is recommending some additional changes. Since the commission had the opportunity to review the transcripts of the workshop, I won't bother to repeat my presentation there, but rather will incorporate it by reference here. And so to create a record, I will briefly go through and highlight the substantive changes the board staff is proposing. Please note that there are some non-substantive changes, as well as those, and those are marked in the draft as well. But in the interest of time, I will not go through those. A lot of those are typos and various things. I can never make a perfect draft. It's always going to have at least one typo. All of the changes, as I mentioned, are reflected in the draft dated April 12th, 2022. And it is this draft that we're proposing to be adopted today. The first change is found on page 3. This is a change to NGC Regulation 5.230. Board staff is proposing that Section 3 be added to create an affirmative requirement that the hosting centers comply with the standards set by the International Organization for Standardization. In the workshop draft, all that was required was that they have a statement in the application. This is actually an affirmative obligation that they do comply. It was an oversight on the draft. The next change is to NGC Regulation 5.230, subsection 2B4, and it is found on page 8 of the draft. Here we're adding the word reputation of the jurisdiction to the list of factors the chair can consider when deciding whether or not a location of a hosting center is suitable. And this would bring in things such as their reputation as far as human rights or lawfulness, things that haven't necessarily been vetted out, but they're known for or have a reputation for. And again, the chair has full discretion on this, so it can factor in more than what's listed there as well. The next change is found on page 15. This is a change to NGC regulation 5.242, subsection 2C. Board staff's recommending that the addition of subparagraph 3. This new subparagraph would put in place the same requirements relating to the location of a data center operated by a cloud service provider as those required as a hosting center. Both our data centers and the concerns over their location are similar, so it was believed that it would be important that the same requirements apply when deciding whether that location is suitable. Moving on to the next change, is you can find it on page 15. I'm gonna make sure I didn't repeat. Regulation 5.240 subsection 3. Here we added a requirement that the cloud computing service provider must comply with standards set by the International Organization for Standardization. And again, the same reason we're including it here is for the same reason we did it for the hosting center regulations. It was an oversight. This makes it an affirmative requirement, not just a statement on their application. Next, we are restructuring NGC regulation 5.242 subsection 3, which is found on page 15. This is to make it a list of requirements rather than have each requirement be its own subsection. It's to clarify, make it easier to follow the reg. And it borders on non-substantive, but we wanted to make sure, that you understand why that change is being made. A similar reorganization is done to regulation 5.242 subsection 4, which is found on page 16. This subsection was originally 5, but it's being renumbered 4. The intent was to better consolidate and organize the requirements in that section. It's felt it would make more sense to frame it the way it's changed. Next, on page 16, we amend regulation 5.242. This is moving the requirements of subsection 6C to a new subsection 5 and making it an affirmative requirement that any person required to submit an application to be a cloud computing service provider must submit an application for finding of suitability if requested by the commission. Previously, we just had a statement in the application that they acknowledged that they could be called forward, but this is to make an affirmative requirement that they can be called forward. Lastly, on page 17, we added a new subsection 7 to NGC regulation 5.242. And this is to make it clear that the use of a cloud computing service provider shall in no way affect the nature or classification of any transaction or relieve the licensee of any obligations or liability relating to that transaction found under the Gaming Control Act. And basically, any transaction process utilizing the services of cloud computing service will be treated as if the licensee themselves is maintaining the system and operating it themselves. This is to protect not only the state's ability to seek discipline against the licensee for any mistakes or any negligence on their part that would warrant such action, but it also protects the consumer in the sense that if what is being transacted on the cloud service equipment would constitute a transaction that would allow a patron to seek a patron dispute remedies, that this was to ensure that those patrons would still be able to pursue the same remedies that they would be able to under the act had the licensee themselves operated the systems. And with that, I conclude my affirmative presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. As far as the public comments we received.
So that
okay,
I can make a little bit more of a record on this. I think every commissioner on this board was provided this during the comfort break in the middle of this meeting. So there's a very real chance that you're going to talk about it and you've read it, and we will listen, and some of my colleagues may have context for your comments, but I won't because I haven't had the time to read it.
Okay.
Okay, which is why we have deadlines.
Okay. So, I am here to say that we are, if you do have any questions, prepared to address them, as well as Chief Barbie from the Technology Division and Dan Reeser from AGEM. He's also had a chance and he has some thoughts on it as well. In a general comment on it, we appreciate the comments from Amazon. The timing is unfortunate because we haven't really had enough time to dive into it. I can tell you that, let me get my notes on it, but what did I do with them? If you bear with me a second. That items 1 through 5, these really deal with the service provider regulations, which is hard baked and they apply to all service providers. So it's really not appropriate in this venue to address these. From what I understand, the board is about to bring some regulation changes to the service provider regs that maybe this would be better addressed during that regulation project. And some of the solutions might be as simple as adding a waiver provision in there for the chair to grant waivers in certain unique circumstances for certain situations. But that's just off the top of our heads. But really, I don't believe that that should be an impediment in any way for the commission for moving forward today. Item 6, there are workarounds on that one. And Dan Reeser will be able to speak a little bit more clear on this, but right now that they have the ability to use we believe they're misreading the regulation and that they're not quite conceptualizing what the requirements are. In their situation, they could use a registered hosting center to accomplish what they're describing here. So really the regs don't prevent what they want in this section. There are ways that this can be addressed. So no changes are necessary in the draft for this at this point. Item 7, because this is new, we're taking a conservative approach on this. And I think as situations arise, the board can address these situations as they actually materialize. The goal here is that we want the registrants to exercise due diligence to ensure that they're not knowingly allowing transactions to occur in jurisdictions that are unlawful in those jurisdictions. I think Amazon's taking it a step further than what we intended. We're talking about knowingly allowing known transactions to process on the system. They're talking about not knowing what goes on in their systems. They don't always know what's being transacted on their servers. That's fine, but they do know that they're contracting with this gaming licensee to perform these services, and it's more articulated than some of the other services they provide. So the intent is that they will not place a server in like Utah that would violate gaming laws in Utah or something, or constitute gambling. And there are layers to that. So even if it touches on gambling, it might not be illegal in that jurisdiction. But we just asked them to do some sort of due diligence to make sure. So we believe that should stay as is for now. And if it needs to be adjusted in the future, we can do that. Items 8 and 9, both of these are, they can be handled through a waiver request to the chair, and they could describe their, the waiver request is under 5.242 subsection 8. And Amazon could approach and appeal to the chair, their unique circumstances and why those changes would be necessary, or those alterations in the requirements would be necessary. And like I said, Dan Reeser, as well as Jim Barbie, could speak more to this when they do if they get up and speak as well. And with that, I believe that's my entire presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. And
Okay, before he steps away, do you have any questions for him about anything he's talked about or this letter?
Yeah. Chair, if I may, Mr. McGraw, I had a couple questions with respect to the location of premises comment, I guess, in section 8. Can you, I haven't had an opportunity to read this all either, but it seems to say that they want relief because disclosing the physical address of a data center could undermine security. I'm concerned with, you mentioned that could also be waived. I mean, I'm concerned with allowing waiver of that. I mean, I think we should know where the equipment is, whether that's public or not is a different issue. But I believe definitely our technology division and the board itself should have that information.
Currently under hosting centers, we have a similar waiver provision that allows, because a lot of times the hosting center will have contracts with the federal government for highly sensitive or the idea was when we drafted those regulations was that, the defense contractors may have certain requirements that the hosting center be kept, location obscure so that, or that certain access to portions of the hosting center would have to be walled off from board access. The idea being that we didn't want to interfere with the higher security. The idea of the waiver is that they could present a case to the chair as to why this is necessary and come up with compensating disclosures, like maybe some reassurances that the jurisdiction that they're operating in meets the requirements of the provisions of the reg, that it's operated lawfully, the transactions are lawful, that the reputation of the jurisdiction, we would put it on them to be honest in their and forthright on their reporting, that they can assure us that the jurisdiction is lawful. But then again, that's a waiver provision. That's just what could work to help them. Doesn't mean that they would get that waiver. They would have to have a very good reason. And maybe they are being overly cautious, probably because they have to be, because of their sensitive nature of what they do, and that there are certain hosting centers that have to be remain, or kind of hidden, I guess would be the term. But they have to understand that information they provide the board is confidential,
right,
and won't be disclosed. So again, it's not necessary that I say that the waiver provision is available only because we can revisit this outside of the adoption of the regulations. But certainly your records made clear today that you disfavor granting it simply, that you would want it disclosed where this.
I just think more, I mean, providing the board with an address of where equipment that's used in gaming in our state, I think is something that is important for us to have, for us being the board, because they're charged with regulating that. And while I understand from Chief Barbie that a lot of the review can be done electronically and such, there may be times where you require physical access.
As far as the physical access, I see you're saying if they don't disclose,
If you don't know where it is, how are you going to do physical access?
That's a good point, and that would have to be factored into any consideration of the waiver. But certainly, aside from that, the board would have physical access to these facilities.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And yeah, that was my concern is, they can't physically access something that they don't
know where
know
it
the
is.
location is. So,
And maybe in the waiver that the chair would grant, there would be provisions to compensate for that. That maybe they blindfold the board member and take them to the place. I don't know. I'm sure that Amazon is being very cautious here, and I'm sure there's a workaround that they just wouldn't house these equipments at a facility that would have to be kept secret. That
well, they always have the option. That's what I was going to say. They would always have the option to place gaming equipment at locations that are not so impacted. Because if they want to do business with the industry, I mean, that might be just a price they have to pay in terms of making sure they do provide that information.
Yeah.
So while I favor, allowing this, I think we have to find a right balance. So I don't have any other questions with respect to that. I wish we would have received the comments earlier. It's very hard to digest them when we've had, no time to actually sit down and read through them. I quickly glanced through them, but I don't know. I'm sure there's things I missed.
Yeah, my morning was kind of thrown into chaos trying to figure it out myself.
No, but I appreciate you synthesizing it for us and helping us make sense and consider it. I'm sorry, I did have one final question. The suggestions or comments received from Fenimore Craig, that was incorporated right into this revision?
Yes, those were from the AGM
those were
comments.
comments.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you. I
And
don't have anything further.
AGM has been working with us. The industry's been working with us. So the product you have has had broad support.
Thank you.
Thank you. What was the cutoff for public comment to be submitted?
Madam Secretary.
March
There was an
17th?
original notice that went out, I believe, in early March that was for comment only, and that the comments were to be received by March 17th.
I have briefly reviewed the Amazon letter that was submitted, dated as of April 2022. I don't think we can take into consideration the comments or concerns that they have for purposes of what we're going to deal with today. They have a litany of like workarounds, as you stated. They could file for amendments to the regulations, but putting this in literally during a break for review, for us, is unfair to the industry. It's unfair, to this panel. So as far as I'm concerned, while it's not a fugitive document, I can't worry about it. What I can worry about is the documents and the amendments that are before us today. So I hope Amazon is hearing these words and should act accordingly. Um, I think that these series of amendments and changes have really been well vetted. And I personally have engaged with you, with Chief Barbie, to understand further the intent and workarounds, and they've been implemented, which, from an industry standpoint, I think this makes the industry better. I think it makes it more secure. And as Commissioner Solis Rainey says, if Amazon, doesn't want to comply, then that's what competition is all about. But that's for another day. So that's my take on the matter.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, our review, what our intent was to just do a smell test. And there was nothing in the letter that concerned us that we can't work with in the future going forward, or that would prevent the regs from being adopted.
I believe Commissioner Kepper indicated he had a question or comment.
I do think I have a couple. So, and I think we talked about this when we were discussing these regs previously. So if you look at the requirements for registration as a hosting center, they're really robust. On page 3 of the draft, they start at the very bottom, and includes, name, address, contact info, employment history, date of birth, arrest history, all the same kind of stuff. We don't have any of that for the cloud computing service provider, when in reality they're performing some of the same functions. So why are we requiring such significant registration requirements for hosting centers and not the other?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. To start off, we did address the location requirements are now the same for hosting centers and for data centers operated by service providers. So when we're talking about registrations, we're talking about the companies that are owning the hosting centers and the companies that would be the cloud service provider. The reason we didn't do it the same is because a cloud service provider, cloud computing service provider, is a service provider, and that falls under our requirements for service providers that are found in drawing a blank here, sorry. Regulation 5.240, and that sets out the application requirements for a service provider. And it basically comes down to that they're on forms, that they must submit forms prepared by the board to seek the information. And what the board does is ask for that information on those forms that it needs for the particular service provider. So while we didn't list them out, the board can still require it if they need that information to process the application or to vet this person. And I wish I could speak to what those forms contain, but they are probably similar to the standard board application, which would ask for identifying information of the people involved, locations, and enough information that they could vet their background. So they would have to identify information so they could do a criminal background check on the individuals, for example.
I'm of the opinion that we should probably have consistency, since there's a lot of similarity between what these registrations or what the people who are registering would do and have access to, and maybe the informational requirements we have in the reg for hosting centers is too burdensome, but to have nothing that even comes to close to resembling it for service providers, I find to be a conflict, because they can ultimately be providing the same service, especially when we start decentralizing it into jurisdictions outside of the state of Nevada. So I think it's a gap. sort of changing subjects on page 10, where it describes cloud computing services in subsection 2 or section 2, paragraph B sub 2. It says they do not include the performance of any service, action, transaction, or operation that would otherwise require a gaming license or registration. Can you talk a little bit about what constitutes requiring a gaming license? Is it booking a wager? Does that, I mean, that would require a gaming license, right?
Gaming license would be any action that would expose gaming or gambling game or game to the public for play. So it could, accepting a wager at a sports book, for example, would be a wager. I would, safe to say that that would be gambling activity. What we wanted to prevent is the cloud service provider stepping in the shoes of the casino and being a surrogate of offering wagers, accepting wagers, processing wagers, and paying wagers.
Right. So what if that wager made at a sports book is then processed on computers in a cloud service provider in California? Is that not accepting the wager?
Are you talking about maybe mobile gaming? Or are you talking about like the app itself would have to be tied to a casino? The sportsbook app would be the casino. From the front, the customer would only have interaction with the casino. The casino then would ship that, possibly transact the information related to that wager through the cloud service providing. But the actual placement of the wager has to be handled by the gaming licensee and accepted by the gaming licensee. It couldn't be placed with the cloud computing service provider. That's what we're attempting to avoid. Even though that the information may be a wager information, that the act of wagering would have to have it be interacted with a gaming licensee, accepted by a gaming licensee. It couldn't be accepted by the cloud service provider.
So I've had been involved in a number of hearings that talked about sort of digital transactions, where sort of citusing a transaction for a digital good, for example. And I think you tried to get to this on the last page of the regs. It was something that I asked you about, primarily as it related to taxation. We used a couple of other points. So I wouldn't at all put it past some of our neighboring states, perhaps, to say, okay, if you're hosting the servers that are processing wagering transactions in our state, and those are transactions that are actually taking place in our state. And so I think you start begging interesting questions about whether or how those transactions are being cited. And I think what you're saying is you're trying to get to a place where anything that happens on a cloud computing service by a cloud computing service provider or in a hosting center are all exclusively activities that are not allowed to be regulated by, or that do not require a gaming license.
I guess that's the reverse way to look at it. We're saying that they cannot process anything that is a gaming transaction. I mean, would constitute gambling. They cannot process it. Rather than look at it, anything that happens in a hosting center would not be gambling. It would be that they cannot be gambling. If they are gambling, then they've violated the requirements. Yeah, and we're trying to make sure that the nature of the transaction still requires a license, would require a license, but this isn't a workaround. And that the licensees aren't hiring these companies to provide gambling on their behalf, or implementing procedures on their behalf. The idea is that if it's gambling, it has to occur by or offered by a gaming licensee, conducted by a gaming licensee. While they could utilize the services of a cloud service provider to process that, support that transaction, the transaction itself can only be conducted by a gaming licensee. I'm sorry if I'm not making that.
No, I think there's a lot of subtlety. It can be difficult, but we'll watch how it goes. I think just because I worry about other states potentially trying to reach um, into this arena by claiming that activities are happening in their states that we think are happening in ours.
And, you know, I mean, it's up to them under their state laws to define what those transactions are. And, but as far as Nevada law, as far as taxation and oversight, we will consider, if it is a gambling transaction, to treat it as such. Meaning just because Utah or Arizona claims tax on that transaction, that doesn't affect us at all, or should, that's what we're trying to do here, is that if it's taxable here, it is still taxable, regardless if the 10 other states try to get their hands in the pot.
So if California starts taxing our wagering transactions, you don't get to deduct it from how much you owe in Nevada.
No, we would currently no. That would be a legislative change. I don't think we'd agree with that.
Thank you.
And to answer your question about the application, the information, would it be comforting to know if the board would require the application for these types of service providers to require the same information that we require on hosting centers? Can we do that back of house, or do you want that in the regulation?
I think you were suggesting that you were going to be coming forward with some additional changes potentially in that space.
Oh, actually, yes, there is going to be service provider reg project coming up. So maybe that would be a good time to address that.
Yeah, look, I don't want to hold up your reg today. I just think the consistency between those two registration processes is probably appropriate.
Okay, I'll let the DAG know. I believe it's going to be Mike Somps on that one. And did I answer the?
I have just one brief question, sir, while you're looking, May Chair.
Go ahead.
Did Amazon Web Services Inc. attend the February 2022 workshop?
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Barbie with the Gaming Control Board. Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they have not participated in our workshops. And I came to let you know, I did reach out to my contacts at all three on February 15th to let them know that this that we were going forward with this reg amendment process. We've been working with the three of them for numerous years. I have developed that relationship. So I did give them the heads up that we've reached the point that we're looking to see these regs amended, and they have not exercised their option to be here.
And sir, is this the first time you've seen a substantive written response or comment from Amazon?
Yes,
Okay.
at 9:58 was the time on the email.
I haven't had an opportunity to review it, so I'm discounting it at this time, unfortunately.
Chief, Commissioner Keycapper brought up an interesting point. Do we need something in the next batch of regulations that define that the act of hosting physically outside the state of Nevada is not deemed to be conducting gaming? In other words, the way I look at it and the way I read all this was it was strictly a ministerial act of whatever happens in the cloud regarding the processing of the ultimate decision on a wager. And that has to be geofenced within the borders of Nevada. You think, I know it's a tough question, but do we need something that says, that clarifies that, using the example of it's in Utah, it's in Washington State. Do we need something that says shall not be deemed to be violative of our regulations by the processing of the ministerial act, or are we covered?
Oh, to answer your question, I think we are covered by the section that the commissioner brought up, is that it's the cloud service providers cannot conduct any kind of activity we would define as gambling. And that's
not the issue. I agree with that. But I'm just saying is that whatever's being done in the cloud is a ministerial act to conclude the event. Okay, if that takes place outside the state of Nevada, and that split second of approving a wager, accepting a wager, paying a wager, denying a wager, I just want to make sure that that in no way could be deemed violative of our act.
Well, I mean, we limit what can be transacted on it. So if it does constitute anything like that, it would be a violation. So I think by saying that, we are indirectly, or we are saying that these have to be administrative. They cannot be gambling acts. They have to be processing information through the cloud, not actually conducting the transaction that generated that information.
Oh, no, we're on different pages.
Okay.
I'm saying, I just want to make sure that ultimately, we know the wager has to be done within the confines of the state.
Mhm.
We know that ultimately that information is going to be transmitted, to the cloud, wherever that may be in their top secret location,
Mhm.
which I'm firmly, on board with,
Yeah.
state needs to know where that is. I just want to make sure that the ministerial act of whatever happens in the cloud, and I know the cloud isn't accepting the wager,
Mhm.
but the cloud will be acting upon the result of the wager. That's all I'm saying, and I don't want that to be violative of the state.
That was me, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I believe I can answer that one, Commissioner. There are two safeguards written into the regulation right now as written. First, the person who wishes to conduct the activity has to demonstrate why that activity does not violate any of the host locations laws or Nevada's laws. The second safeguard is that the chair has to investigate that as well to ensure that we're not violating any laws of that jurisdiction or our own. So I think that we've got some checks in there that we can review each of these on a case by case basis.
Okay, so there's cushion. That answered. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Okay. Okay, so at this time, I think the overarching consensus is, while we're certainly interested in what is contained in this letter, we really can't undertake to consider those questions, even though you've kind of tried to answer them. And I think we're helpful. I don't think any of us are really able to factor that in at this point to any decision making, and we're going to go with what's in the record as of the cutoff comments and this presentation. And at this point, is there a motion?
Did you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to?
Yes, if we might on behalf of AGEM.
You know,
I know there may be.
So wait, I was just going to say.
There may be,
It was going your way. I don't know what.
There may be fatigue at this point, but I think we need to clear up some things on the record if we might. Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board, Dan Reeser with Fenmore on behalf of the Association of Gaming Equipment Manufacturers, AGEM. And we appreciate the opportunity to address you, even though there might be regulatory fatigue right now. What I'd like to do as briefly and quickly as I can is provide a brief matter on the record by way of affirmative presentation. I want to address some of the changes that were made in the draft of 412 from the 316 draft to amplify some of the comments by Mr. McGaugh. And then I would like to take a moment with you, even though you may want to disregard the letter from AWS, to just give you some additional comfort that I think you do not, this is not a showstopper of any sort.
Mr. Reeser, could I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
You indicated a prior draft date of March 16th. Is that February 16th?
Am I off? I apologize.
Just want to make sure, because I didn't see a March one.
And in that respect, Commissioner Solis-Rainey, I need to say that I thought Mr. McGaugh was going to take a month after and he did it the same day. So yes, it is February 16th draft. AGEM supports the Commission's adoption of the amendments and additions to Regulation 1 and 5 related and reflected as published on the Nevada Gaming Control Board's draft of April 12th. These proposed regulations are being considered further to the association's petition for adoption and amendment of regulations, which you heard September 16th and granted, and follow the board's workshop on February 16th of this year. We incorporate by reference what we believe is a very robust discussion of the regulation, how it would mechanically work, and I think in part addresses some of the AWS comments. The language of the rule changes are a product of a lot of collaboration, a lot of back of the house work between the board's technology division, the board itself, members of the association, working groups within the association, and in addition, refinements that have been put in today's draft, or the draft of the 14th of the 12th of this month, reflecting comments that commissioners have made. And we appreciate that collaborative process. The rule changes facilitate state gaming licensees' operation of associated equipment, cashless wagering systems, games, gaming devices, wagering accounts, and interactive gaming, potentially, using cloud computing services of a registered information technology service provider or a licensed manufacturer. A decade ago, the Nevada legislature authorized the board and the commission to implement through administrative rules with very skeletal legislative guidance of flexible solutions allowing state licensees to harness rapidly evolving technologies to remotely store, access, and operate associated equipment, games, cashless wagering systems, and systems that support race and sports books. Away from the premises of the casino, initially on the location of a hosting center, and now we're going to the next logical step of the cloud computing platform. Permitting licensees to do this as rapidly as possible is an imperative for the industry. It will reduce costs. As Chief Barbie indicated in the workshop, it is as, if not more secure than what we're doing today. And it creates scalability and efficiency and speed that we cannot capture without the use of the cloud. I will welcome in a moment opportunity for questions, but we urge you to act today. On the draft of 412, I just want to indicate I am not going to comment on grammatical changes or those kinds of things, the non-substantive provisions. I agree with Mr. McGaw. We don't need to review those. The AGM is fully in support of this draft. On the first substantive change on page 3 to subsection 3 of 230, 5230, this change is wholly and entirely already captured. There is no problem with adding this language because it's already captured in Regulation 5230, subsection 7. A hosting center and a cloud computing operator have to at least annually, a hosting center annually, and a cloud computer provider or any service provider within 30 days has to tell you if they're not complying with the rule. This goes back a number of years where the commission and the board made clear to the industry these requirements under the act and the regulations are not on day one, they're forever. You always comply with them. So nothing in this regulation changes that. The next substantive change that I would call to your attention is that on page 8, where we are in subsection B4 adding reputation. We have no difficulty with that. but we want the record to be very clear. Suitability by statute and by case law already requires reputation to be judged. So you don't need to put the word in. You want the word in, that's great, but it's already part of the suitability process. The next substantive change that I would call to your attention for additional comment is many pages down the road. Is at page 15. There's a number of changes. The first is in what is subsection 2C3. We have no problem with those changes, but want the record to be clear that what that regulation does is basically capture what is already addressed in regulation 5240 subsection 16, regulation 5.2422C2, 5248B, 5249, and 5242.2C2. So you've brought them all together in one place, but it is already captured by the rule in other provisions. Finally, the provision in 3B, I'm sorry, in 3B, does not change anything because, but is an acceptable addition because it's already captured in Reg 5 252 subsection 6. So I think while all of those enhancements are helpful, they don't change what was already in the rule. So I'd like to address just a couple of questions that commissioners had that I think we need to make the record clear on. To Commissioner Kieficker's point that hosting centers and service providers need to be on the same playing field, I respectfully disagree. Hosting centers are more lightly regulated than service providers. The application requirements under 5240 require personal history records, personal financial questionnaires, corporate applications, just like very similar to at or above the level of a restricted application. And that is why that regulation says on forms that will be dictated by the chairman, instead of the lighter touch where there is a laundry list and nothing more can be added or asked for the application of a hosting center. So with all due deference, Commissioner, I don't think we should go to a parity on that. I think you need to preserve for service providers, which are of all kinds and ilks, the more burdensome process. Or I don't know if it's a burdensome process, but more robust application requirements.
Well, Mr. Reeser, I would just point out that the list for hosting centers is not all inclusive, and it can include
it can include additional,
but not be limited to.
Yeah.
So we could include anything we want in regulating them.
But you can, but right now, by reason of the forms, they're not capturing other things. They do it in the investigation. And my point is that the application package requirements under 240 are much more robust than for a hosting center, and I think for good reason. To Member Cohen's concerns, where there was a bit of a disconnect and there was some communication problems, the definition of cloud computing service provider, I think in subsection C2, nails your concern that the wagering activity, the wagering contract, whatever that is, and anything else that would require a gaming license is happening in Nevada and will not be up in the cloud. A game will be played on the floor of the casino. If it is a system-based game, the theme, the bonusing system, all of those things may be up in the cloud so they can be fetched quickly. But the wager and the random number generator is in that device sitting on the floor.
Actually, that isolated the issue. I just want to make sure that whatever information will be conveyed to the licensee for ultimate determination in the game, that we're covered on that.
Right. I think we were adequately covered. That was a fairly significant discussion in drafting and in the workshop. Very quickly, I want to go through the AWS letter just so there's no disconnect. And the only reason I'm doing this, I understand you got it late and whatnot, but I am also cognizant under 150 that people can show up at the hearing and give comment, and we are required by the act to consider it in some fashion or form. As to each of the comments from AWS at beginning at Roman numeral 6 through the end, all of these are requests that you somehow give them relief under proposed regulation 5242. As Mr. McGaugh indicated, there is a robust waiver provision where if a case can be made out that there is a waiver appropriate of some requirement there, that the chair can do that on a showing that there is good cause. That said, I'm going to say as to some of those, I would agree with Commissioner Solis Rainey. Knowing whether your hosting center is hosting something that is illegal to be running in Hawaii is a cost of doing business for the cloud computer operator. They've got to know through the contracting process if they're conducting something on their premises that would be illegal. They have the benefit of the due diligence done by the licensee. The chair will obviously review this, but I likewise wouldn't think there would be a lot of waiver activity going on there. It is also very clear, and I want to make abundantly clear that in Roman numeral 4 of the AWS comments, they indicate that they are concurring with the Association of Gaming Equipment Manufacturers regarding the elimination of board and commission power. That is a complete misstatement of the record in this case. We proposed that regulation 5240 sub 16 for service providers continue here, and that is the premises authority under 140. So that was not anything we were advocating, but I think it also ignores fairly strong discussion in the record at the workshop about how remote access inspection can be done of things that are in the cloud. As to Roman numeral 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, those proposals are asking to open up rules that are not being amended today. If AWS thinks that how we have been doing business in the state with regard to service providers needs to be changed, they obviously can come forward. There'll be a rulemaking process, as Mr. McGaugh said, for that. And I think at that point, those issues can be vetted. And if in the interim, AWS wants to sit out because it believes this to be too burdensome, that's their business decision. I thank you for listening and allowing me to make a record on a couple of things, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But the bottom line is, please act today. Please make it effective immediately. We need to move this on for the industry.
Any questions for Mr. Rizzo?
You're just always so precise and concise, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there being no questions, Then I think it's ripe for a motion by whoever would like to make.
Being that chair, despite the fact that I always try to encourage people not to talk themselves out of a yes. I would move that we adopt the proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission regulations 1, 5, 1 and 5 as presented today, dated 4/12/22 by the Attorney General's office. Thank you.
Detailed that the proposed addition.
With the additions of
Proposed is
sections 5.203 and 5.242. If they don't automatically become effective immediately, then we can have them effective immediately.
I think Mr. McGough said they would. Any discussion on the motion?
No, thank you.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Appears there's none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentations. Appreciate it. All right, at this time, next on our agenda are the administrative reports. Let's start with Chair Gibson.
Madam Chair, the only thing to report is we have a May 4th meeting, and it will be a long one. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything from our Attorney General today?
Nothing today, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, let's close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
I'll first go to Carson City, which has had an empty room all day. And it doesn't appear there's anyone here. If there is to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium. No one present. All right, anyone present in Las Vegas to make public comment? There being no one present to make public comment in Las Vegas, that will close our public comment section. This concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of April. We are adjourned.